TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. D Wood and Andrew Wilson here. Going to discuss some stuff. Going to discuss some geopolitics. So for anyone who, I'm guessing most people are here because they saw a recent video. Anyway, I am normally the guy who doesn't go with the conspiracy. I know there are conspiracies that happen and stuff. I just normally think the alternative is more probable and so on. So I'm usually not the conspiracy guy, but except when it's like all over the place, and then I start thinking, like with Islam, you got we talk about the 3 stages of jihad. Everyone, 3 stages of jihad. That when Muslims are a tiny minority, then they're taught to promote peace and claim victim status and things like that. And then later on, it changes to defensive jihad. And then still after that, changes to offensive jihad. And so when we see this happening out in the world, then I start thinking, okay, well, that's actually designed. Well, we've got some things that after the Soviet Union was collapsing, they started getting some ideas and so on, and I see a connection with some of the OrthoBro activity. So I made a little video about that, and Andrew said, hey, why don't we talk about that and talk about the OrthoBro connection and your connection to Israel and all this stuff. And I said, okay, so here we are. We have a little difficulty. We're using 2 different systems, and Andrew's trying to play it on his end, but the feed that's being sent to him from Ecamm is not what he's looking for. So I think he's trying to troubleshoot that right now. Looking good? Was that a thumbs up to someone else? You're muted. I don't know. I'm guessing you're talking to your tech guy. All right, guys. I think he's...
No, I'm good.
Are y'all good?
Yep. I figured it out.
All right. Oh, good. Well, if something actually helped, let me know in case that ever happens again. All right, so Andrew, just to get started, do you see? Well, you grew up in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in the U.S. and we watched films like Red Dawn. I don't know how old you are, but I was a kid and I saw Red Dawn. We all started going and building forts in the woods to prepare for the communist invasion and so on. But some people may have actually been. Yes, there we go.
Wolverines.
Turns out some people may have been cheering for the Russians. Wait, someone said Andrew's too loud. Check. He doesn't seem loud.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too loud.
No, you don't seem too loud on here. I don't know what's going on. All right, guys, so we got the Wolverines. Now, just as an intro, are we smoking now? I got a cigar just in case. Is it reasonable when the head of the Russian Orthodox Church was a communist spy, KGB spy in the 1970s, sent to infiltrate churches to put a good spin on Russia, and then of course, Putin was also KGB, and then the Soviet Union breaks down, and then they scramble to restructure things. And then the KGB spy ends up as a multi-billionaire head of the Russian Orthodox Church. Do you see why that might look suspicious?
Suspicious about what, though?
Well, you've got a KGB spy who becomes the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. And KGB spies had KGB spy ways of doing things. And so it would be one thing if there was some dramatic change of approach somewhere along the way, but it looks like they just kind of repackaged things and carried along the same way, and everyone who still remained loyal to whatever party came to power was rewarded with leadership and so on. Anyway, if I saw that, with that, is that something someone might be reasonably suspicious about?
Well, I mean, but what's the suspicion, though? The suspicion is what? That Russians are doing Russian shit? Like, is that what the suspicion is?
Well, it would be the same thing if there's a pastor or something like that, and I find out that he's a CIA spy sent to infiltrate churches back in the day, and he's just been sort of buddying up with the government the entire time, and looks like he's just kind of doing more of the same old. I'd be suspicious of any sort of leader who had that kind of background.
Okay, great. But your accusation is that this is tied into orthodoxy, specifically Jay Dyer and myself.
Well, not specifically you.
So, like, even if I grant all of this, how the hell are you going to tie this all together with Jay Dyer, even if it's granted? Like, here, I have an opening statement this time. You mind if I read it?
Oh yeah, sure.
My opening statement.
Yeah. How long is it, by the way?
It's not long. It's just a couple of minutes.
No problem.
Okay, so once again, I find myself here with David, and he, using his Chat GPT research, has determined something remarkable, at least according to him, that myself and Jay Dyer work with Russia. Madam President David Clinton Wood has determined Russia is interfering in his Protestant business. And Comrade Wilson has figured out how to manipulate the system by being a double, triple, quadruple agent. Interesting. Yes, to the Candace fans, Comrade Wilson is working for the Jews. And to the Israel lovers, Comrade Wilson is working for Russia. But they all have it wrong. I'm actually an agent of the Greenlandic Freedom Federation, here to infiltrate Trump's plan to annex my great nation. Yes, friends, as a member of the Greenlanders Against Annexation Freedom Fighting Association, it is my diabolical plan to make sure that Protestants who have been a thorn in our side for far too long be brought to heel under the great Greenlandic King of the North, and our subjugation of you will know no limits. Think about it. I'm constantly agreeing with Greenlandic propaganda. Just the other day, the mayor of Greenland tweeted, and I quote, "Holy shit, it's cold here." And I retweeted that. I claim to be from Michigan, but that was really just a cover to explain my mini jackets. The perfect cover for why I can withstand cold weather. People have trouble placing my accent, but that's because nobody knows what a Greenlandic accent sounds like because there's so few of us. I have been known to spread other Greenlandic conspiracy theories as well. For instance, when we saw that Australia may move to support Trump, I immediately began to spread the rumor that Australia isn't even real. Totally fake country, I said. I even gaslit many Australians into believing it as well. I've been at the forefront of a massive Greenlandic conspiracy right under your noses. It's crazy. And this guy wants to pretend I'm a Russian asset. Ha, I say. The boys got a good laugh when the dog sleds delivered them that mail, let me tell you. So whatever you got, David, for why I am a Russian spy asset, I can't wait to hear it. Whatever you got for why Jay Dyer is a Russian spy asset, I can't wait to hear it. But that is what you are claiming, and that is what you claimed in our Twitter back and forth, was that at least one of us is an asset, and that the OrthoBros are assets. And I want you to actually take the time to back those claims up this time and actually prove that, David. That would be great. Because what I think is that you're doing associative nonsense, which is, oh, there's a loose connection here and a loose connection there and some loose connections over here. We're going to tie all that shit together and pretend that that means something or is meaningful in some way. And that's, by the way, what the Candace Owens people do. That's what all of those types of people do. And it's been my understanding that you very much don't like to do that, as you favor yourself as some sort of logician. So if that's the case, then I'd like to see some actual applied logic here. and I'd like for you to actually demonstrate it. For my stead, what I said back to you, to be totally fair, is that I believe that I can create more links between you and Israel than you can between myself and Jay Dyer and Russia. Many more links, in fact. And I have brought video evidence for those various links from your own words. So as long as you have something on par with that, I sure like to hear it.
All right. Well, let's find out. And just to be clear on my view would be that that the Russians, well, they want to be on top of the Orthodox food chain. Let's say they want they don't want division between them and other Orthodox churches. They want a united Orthodox front, and that this is part of the plan on their part. I don't think most OrthoBros have any clue how they're being used. I think some of the Russian Orthodox, may, but I think some of the Russian
all
Orthodox
these people
do,
who participate,
other people don't.
So all these people participate inside of the church and day in and day out, and not you. But somehow you were able to stumble across the fact that they're all just being used by Russia, right under their noses. And they're so stupid that they can't see you.
Absolutely.
And you're so smart, of course, that you know this.
Totally. Yeah.
It
boggles the mind. It boggles the mind.
It does boggle the mind for sure.
Okay. All right, so let's zoom through some of this stuff. So anyway, we got Orthodox Times here. Patriarch of Moscow worked for the KGB in the 1970s. Already mentioned this, but we just want everyone to have sources that they can look up and so on. Since I'm not just saying this stuff out of my head.
Have you dug into that source?
The Orthodox Times?
No, the Patriarch of Moscow worked for the KGB in the 1970s. Swiss media reports. The Swiss media reports that, and what are their sources for it? Do you know?
Yeah, the unsealed government documents about his activities there, because that's where you had this Council of Churches in the 1970s. So it says, on behalf of the Soviet Secret Services, the KGB, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, was working, according to the Swiss press. According to the Tages Anzeiger newspaper, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, during his years as a representative of the Moscow Patriarchate to the World Council of Churches, cooperated with the KGB, codenamed Mikhailov. Moscow Patriarch Kirill of Moscow in the 1970s was conducting spying activity in Geneva on the orders of the State Security Committee, KGB, of the USSR. A series of Swiss newspapers, and especially the Tages Anzeiger newspaper, in its article, Putin's Patriarch war spielen in der Schweiz, citing declassified state archives of the period from 1969 to 1989, and it says Patriarch Kirill worked under the codename Mikhailov. According to these figures, Gudnyayev worked for the Russian spy agency using the codename Mikhailov, holding in Switzerland the official position of representative of the Moscow Patriarchate to the World Council of Churches. His main task was to influence the World Council of Churches. From Switzerland, he returned to the Soviet Union, where he quickly began to advance in the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The Russian Orthodox Church declined to comment on the Swiss press reports. The World Council of Churches said it had no information on the matter. So
who said that? That they had no information on the matter?
The World Council of Churches, which, why would they have any on that?
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's, again, you're right. This could be someone, how do we know we can trust it? Well, we can keep looking into things. So anyway, this is from the Moscow Patriarchate. Decree of the 25th World Russians People's Council, the present and future of the Russian world. And you have the council here. And then this is under Patriarch Kirill of Moscow. And we have here special military operation, a new stage in the national liberation struggle of the Russian people against the criminal Kiev regime and the collective West that stands behind it, which has been waged in the lands of southwestern Rus since 2014. During the SMO, the Russian people, armed in hand, defend their lives, freedom, statehood, civilizational, religious, national, and cultural identity, as well as the right to live on their own land within the borders of a unified Russian state. From a spiritual and moral perspective, the special military operation is a holy war in which Russia and its people, defending the unified spiritual race of Holy Rus, fulfill the mission of the restrainer, protecting the world from the onslaught of globalism and the victory of the West, which has fallen into Satanism. So the West has fallen into Satanism, and they have a holy war to rescue the world. And we have this famous doctrine that keeps popping up, the Russian world doctrine. Russia is the creator, supporter, and protector of the Russian world. The boundaries of the Russian world as a spiritual, cultural, and civilizational phenomenon are significantly broader than the state borders of both the current Russian Federation and greater historical Russia. Along with representatives of the Russian ecumene scattered throughout the world, the Russian world includes all those for whom Russian tradition, the sacred relics of Russian civilization, and the great Russian culture are the highest value and meaning of life. So it's not just people in Russia, it's anyone who really, really values Russia and the way of life and culture. Highest meaning of Russia's existence and the Russian world it created. Their spiritual mission is to be the global restrainer, protecting the world from evil. Their historical mission is to repeatedly thwart attempts to establish universal hegemony in the world, attempts to subjugate humanity to a single evil principle, building a 1,000-year-old Russian...
Okay, man. I get it.
Got that so far?
All right. Got it.
Just one more little thing from, a little more from Kirill here. This one's interesting. We know that today many are dying on the battlefields of civil war. The church prays that this civil warfare will end as quickly as possible, that as few brothers as possible will kill each other in this fratricidal war, and at the same time the church recognizes that if someone driven by a sense of duty and the need to fulfill their oath remains faithful to their calling and dies in the line of military duty, then they undoubtedly performed an act tantamount to sacrifice. They offer themselves as a sacrifice for others, and therefore we believe that this sacrifice washes away all the sins they have committed. So we've got a holy war, and you're sort of guaranteed paradise if you die while fighting in this war. We agree on that. That's what's being said here.
That's what that was saying. Yeah.
Okay. And we've got some allies here. This is to His Excellency. This is from Patriarch Kirill. To His Excellency, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Your Excellency, esteemed Mr. President, please accept my deepest condolences on the assassination of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and his relatives. The deceased was a man of profound religious convictions, a spiritual and national leader of great strength of spirit and character. That was my only concern there. I understand sending out a letter, but calling Khamenei spiritual national leader, he's definitely spiritual national leader of great strength and strength of spirit and character. Not what I'd call him. Anyway, don't worry if that seemed random. It's all coming together. The dots are all being connected. Then we've got Mr. Putin here and his connections. I'll be going into Mr. Putin separately as I have to still go through some articles, but here he is kissing the Quran famously. Just wanted all the OrthoBros to know that their hero, Mr. Putin, smooched the Quran. It's actually very interesting. Now we get to this Dugin guy. You familiar with Alexander Dugin? Yeah, big Candace Owens fan. So just careful what you say about Candace Owens, because he's her biggest fan. But
Dugin's a philosopher, dude.
Yeah, he's also
he's a political philosopher.
He's called Putin's brain because he's the one with all the great big ideas. Anyway, so this is from his 1997 work, Foundations of Geopolitics. But he says the West as America. So right before this, he talked about two meanings of the West. He said you've got the West as in Europe and the West as America. And he's talking about the West as America here. The West as America is Russia's total geopolitical adversary, the pole and direct opposite trend to Eurasia, the headquarters and center of Atlanticism. Positional geopolitical warfare with America has constituted the essence of all Eurasian geopolitics since the mid-20th century, when the role of the United States became obvious. In this regard, the position is clear. It is necessary to counteract U.S. Atlanticist geopolitics at all levels and in all regions of the world, trying to weaken, demoralize, deceive, and ultimately defeat the enemy as much as possible. It is especially important to bring geopolitical turmoil into the U.S. domestic reality by encouraging all kinds of separatism, various ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements of extremist, racist, and sectarian groups that destabilize internal political processes in the USA. And it goes on to say that isolationist tendencies in the U.S. should be encouraged to keep the U.S. from intervening in what's going on. So as far as what Dugan was saying there, he was saying cause as much division, ideological division for America as possible. Again, this is the guy that's called Putin's brain. One more disturbing thing, and this just keeps popping up wherever it goes. Here's Dugan. Again, here's him on X. He says, by the way, Christian Orthodox prophecy identified the Jewish Messiah with the Antichrist too. Third aspect that explains our attitude to Zionism. Protestant dispensationalist theology and evangelical Christian Zionism belong to the same group of concepts. Interesting that Islamic eschatology, not only Shia, but Sunni too, except Salafi, Wahhabi, blah, 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 coincides more or less with Christian Orthodox. The Muslims interpret Zionism and the modern West in general as Dajjal, exactly like us, Antichrist. And then, according to some hadith, the final battle will be between Dajjal.
That is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, according to some hadith, the final battle will be between the Dajjal, Zionism, and USA dispensationalists on the one hand, and the alliance of Islam, the Mahdi, and Rum, Orthodox Christianity. So he's here saying that some think that the final battle will be between the Zionists and USA dispensationalists on one side and Muslims and the Orthodox on the other.
Well, that rascal. What a rascal.
Yeah, I know. That's Putin's brain there. That's the guy they call Putin's brain. All right, so
you wascally wabbit, that wascally wabbit, the Putin's brain over there, Mr. By the way, he's not Putin's brain. He's not even a very well-regarded Russian philosopher. So, okay, he had. I think I got his takes. Where are we going here? Are we getting somewhere eventually?
We're bringing it all together. So he wrote that in.
How long is it going to take to bring it together? It's going to take a long time.
You asked me for evidence. If I don't give any evidence, you're going to say you've just said things. You haven't given evidence.
I don't want like Gish Gallop. Can you tie it off like so that we can get to what your point here actually is?
Yeah, it's kind of. I'm gonna tie it all together.
All right.
So he's saying that in 1997. Let me back up a little to 1987. We won't read all this because I have some screenshots here. But so yet another clique of top Communist Party officials who also appear to have had the blessing, blah, 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 blah. This is talking about them when they're realizing that the Soviet Union's breaking down and they need to come up with some other way of packaging things. We'll go ahead and skip to the end here. The last little sentence there in this section says, it was a bold attempt by conservatives within the party to transform communist ideology into something resembling a fusion of communism, nationalism, and Orthodox Christianity, with a dash of something known as cosmism. So the point here is you have all these, when the Soviet Union is breaking down, you have all these ideas of how do we kind of move forward now. They realize that the spiritual deadness of just atheistic communism isn't enough to sustain people. So they said, we have to tie it together with some other things. We need it tied to nationalism, and we need it tied to the Orthodox Church. That failed. But the guys in
1997,
that was 1987. So they were unable.
Oh, 1987.
Yeah,
man. I can't believe that back in 1987 that they were up to these things, those bastards.
Yeah, so that failed. But the point was the leaders who were planning these kinds of things still continued after the collapse of communism. And they kept coming out with some of the kind of same ideas. You've seen some of this
like
already.
What?
Well, you've seen some of this. So, sacrilegious spies. Russians tried hacking Orthodox clergy. The Russian hackers indicted by the U.S. Special Prosecutor last month may have spent years trying to steal the private correspondence of some of the world's most senior Orthodox Christian figures. So they want to.
Well, that's strange. It's really strange. Why would the Russians be trying to steal from people working for them?
Wait, you mean other Orthodox churches? No, this is them trying to gain control over it. So here's the idea. The Russian hackers indicted by the U.S. Special Prosecutor last month have spent years trying to steal the private correspondence of some of the world's most senior Orthodox Christian figures, the Associated Press has found, illustrating the high stakes as Kiev and Moscow wrestle over the religious future of Ukraine. The targets include top aides to Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew I, who often is described as the first among equals in the world's Eastern Orthodox Christian leaders. So they're they were hacking the Orthodox leaders from other Orthodox churches. Interesting.
Yeah,
Sure
those sons of bitches.
Yeah, but they don't stop there. So you've seen this. I cited this. This was all over the place.
Tenet
like
Media.
Lauren Chen and so on.
Yeah.
So right-wing
influencer
I know all about
network. Tenet.
Yeah, allegedly spread Russian disinformation. Now, this was interesting because the money was funneled through RT. That's the Russian state television. So that is the television news channel of Russia, and they were the ones putting out millions of dollars to influencers to try and do all kinds of things. Mainly put out ideas that are going to cause division and those things that would toe the party line. Just pointing that out because your good buddy Jay is their new favorite guest over on RT.
Oh, he is. It's really weird, though, because everyone was in that RT network, which would be Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, and several others. One of them, as you may know, was gay and adopted a gay baby, right? Interestingly enough, me and Jay have destroyed all of those people while they were with Tenet Media, including me. I destroyed almost every one of them, in fact, while they were with Tenet Media. I wrecked Lauren Chen on her own channel while she was with Tenet Media. I've wrecked Tim Pool in debates while he was with Tenet Media. Jay Dyer also has debated with several of these people. So, man, you are really tying the tight connections here, David.
Yeah, well, so you're
all
attacking each other, but division would be the goal.
We're all attacking each other.
With that said, Andrew,
those damn Russians want us. They want us to be fighting so that we have a cloak.
I haven't accused you of being a knowing participant. I think most people are. That's what they said in the article. That's what they said in the article. There was a couple people at Tenet who knew where their money was coming from. The rest didn't. They just knew they were being paid to promote various ideas and so on.
Yeah, there was nothing. There was no. Hang on. Let me cover some of this because I'm intimately familiar with this case. I covered it in depth.
That's good.
As I knew many of the players who were involved in it, having debated with many of them. It is, in fact, the case that all the charges were dropped against Lauren Chen, who was the last person who was even on the hook for any of this. You are correct that it was unknowing that these were Russian oligarchs who were running this operation. It was big news at the time. Everybody decried it, including the Orthodox who decried it. So I don't know what you're talking about there. I covered it ad nauseum. I was a thorn in the side of all of those people multiple times. I do have a good relationship with Tim Pool. I like to go on his channel and I like to discuss politics with him, and sometimes I'll debate with him. But Tim Pool was not on the dole of the Russians. That's ridiculous. He did, at least not that he knew of. He thought he was just taking some ad sponsorships. So that's one. The second issue that you have there is, why would the Russian state media be paying these people to disseminate Russian messaging and be paying me and Jay Dyer to wreck them at the same time?
Where have I said you were being paid? Or that you knew anything about this?
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know. Do you not think so? You don't think me and Jay Dyer are being paid by Russia then? We're just unknowing stooges of their propaganda?
I haven't said anything about you.
You did. You said go talk to your comrades.
Oh, yeah.
Go talk to that. Okay, so I mean, if they're my comrades, then that means I'm in on it, right?
Andrew, are you now the guy who can't take a joke if I say go talk to your comrades, and therefore I'm saying that I'm also saying you're a communist because I'm saying comrades?
Well, you seem to want to tie it in as though there was a conspiracy which involved Orthodox who you consider to be prominent streamers, and that's what we were there to discuss.
Yeah, that would be the Russian Orthodox. Are you Russian Orthodox?
I have seen no. I've seen no. Okay. I've seen absolutely none, as in zero evidence that this is the case. And by the way, ROCOR is decentralized from the Russian patriarchy. The ROCOR is not even part of that. So, like, what the hell are you talking? Even the American Orthodox who are part of ROCOR, which is the most common one, they're not even under control of that patriarchate. They have their own patriarchy. The Orthodox Church is decentralized. It does not have central authorities. We're not Roman Catholics, dude.
So you're saying that wouldn't fall into Patriarch Kirill's doctrine of the Russian world, where everyone, whether inside of Russia or outside of Russia, who just, I think he said, loves Russia and holds that up high and in esteem and so on, and loves the Russian culture and so on, and loves all of that, the goal is for all of this to be under Russian control.
So what? What does that have to do with streamers being part of a Russian conspiracy, even unknowingly? What? What does that have to do with shit, dude? It's just some unrelated tangential nonsense. Tie it to somebody, bro.
Okay, I'll tie it. So anyway, the point is, we see what they're doing and what they're calling for, what they're trying in the 70s and in the 80s and in the 90s and after that and so on. And then we get down to the time of the OrthoBros. You've seen this. Jay Dyer is a regular host of Alex Jones' InfoWars and is increasingly becoming a notable figure in the right-wing and far-right online sphere, while already being perhaps the most popular and influential Orthodox online personality. Dyer caters to this online culture in his aesthetics, conduct, and media content. His presentation of orthodoxy also takes advantage of the U.S. culture wars and plays upon the recent fascination of the right wing and far right with Russia as the bastion of moral values and Christian power. It should be noted that Dyer and most of the clergy associated publicly with patristic faith are members of ROCOR, and while Dyer selectively uses the work of neo-patristic theologians and favors neo-Palimism, his outlook on 20th to 21st century Orthodox history seems to be that of the anti-ecumenical, anti-modernity, and pro-monarchist strand in ROCOR. Because of this, it is telling that Dyer consistently and outspokenly attempts to undermine the credibility of the Orthodox Church in America and its bishops. Dyer perpetuates the defining of America as enemy of orthodoxy by frequently labeling those who defend the Orthodox Church in America Ameridox, a pejorative meant to bring their orthodoxy into question by identifying them with America as degenerate, while directing his followers towards ROCOR, the Russian Orthodox Church.
Oh my God, this is the weakest shit ever, dude. Here, let's go through a bunch of this, because this is just actually, this is stupid. Like, I actually expected better than this. This is actually dumb. ROCOR, one more time, David, is not under the Patriarch of Russia. Can you repeat that to me so I know that you heard what I just said? ROCOR is its own thing, right? ROCOR literally stands for Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. That's what it stands for. Russian Orthodox Church, which is outside of Russia. That's
so
ROCOR.
They have no loyalty to Russia or to the Russian Orthodox Church?
No, and by the way, they fight all the time. They fight all the time about shit. And by the way, let's point this out. Do you know why Jay Dyer calls him Ameridox, the OCA? They calls him Ameridox because what he's doing is he's making a play on the word heterodox, okay? That's why he's saying Ameridox. The whole idea here is that the OCA does have some people in it who are highly progressive, who try to embrace some degenerate values. And that's not even controversial. This is known. You would be against the same things, in fact. Right? So, yes, I don't even, like, what's the problem here, actually? What actually is it? What is it that Jay is actually doing here that you wouldn't be doing? If there was a Protestant church of your same denomination or was within your same church and you had some issues with their leadership, or you had some issues with what it is they wanted to do, wouldn't you call it out too?
So just to be clear, you're claiming that ROCOR is not under Moscow's jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's outside. Yes.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Now you have Jay's protege there, David Erhan, who is Dyer's protege, a young man in his 20s from Turkey, and the man who currently runs Jay Dyer's Orthodox Christian Discord server. Erhan also does geopolitical analysis through his YouTube channel. For example, supporting Russia in its war against Ukraine, but most of his work is apologetics against Oriental Orthodox and the Assyrian Church of the East, lambasting them as heretics and attempting to
Because they are heretics. That's correct. They're heretics.
The agreed ecumenical statements between our churches in the eyes of the online community. Erhan is also known as a misogynist. That's not really relevant for what we're talking about here, but notice that this guy's
he's based. He's based. He's based. He's a based misogynist, David. Does that upset you?
Oh, I mean, I'll read the part about him being misogynist. I just thought it's not connected to what we're talking about.
That's the best
Erhan
part
is
of it.
also known online as a misogynist, having early in his YouTube career even made a video asserting that women are not made in the image of God, based according to the fathers, and consistently engaging in misogynist rhetoric on his social media platforms. I'm pointing out that what he's interested in is going after Oriental Orthodox and Assyrian Church of the East, and these guys all end up defending Russia in its war against Ukraine.
They're not,
even though there's no connection.
David, they're not in communion with the Eastern Orthodox Church. So of course they go, especially the Oriental Church. All of them go after him. Even the OCA goes after him. What are you talking about? They all go after him. They're not in communion with the Eastern Orthodox Church, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm not even talking about him going. I'm saying that's his interest, and yet it always comes back to defending and promoting whatever Russia's doing.
Okay, show me what he's promoting that Russia's doing.
Well, you got the war in Ukraine.
So what? That's not. First of all, there's tons of people who are Americans who support geopolitically Russia over Ukraine in that war because the Ukrainian is the most corrupt fucking country on planet Earth, and they don't care about it.
Wait,
right? They're like, whatever.
The Ukrainians are the most corrupt. Ukrainians are the most corrupt.
Oh, yes. The most corrupt. You want to go through what happened when Joe Biden was working with Ukraine and what happened with Burisma?
You've got the Russian Orthodox Church led by a KGB spy, and he's super buddies with Putin, his fellow KGB spy.
Yeah, sure.
We shouldn't be suspicious.
I'll just grant
that.
it. I didn't. Who? I don't even understand how you got to that. How did you even get to that from what I just said? Let me repeat myself very slowly. The Ukraine is known geopolitically and has been known geopolitically as being the most corrupt nation in Europe, the most corrupt. Biden, what he was doing was he was actually working with Ukrainian oligarchs, right, on Burisma, where he put his son as a member of the board in exchange for millions of dollars. Were you like, did you not know this or what?
No, I just wanted to hear what you had to say. I have no loyalty to Ukraine at all, and I think it's all corrupt over there, which is weird. How, we're all supposed to be cheering and rooting for one corrupt side or the other.
I'm not rooting for either. Fuck Putin.
I'd root for Ukraine just because I don't want Putin spreading, and I don't think Ukraine is going to. But I think
a perpetual war there likely serves the American interest. Yes, it's not, like I've never had any big feels on the Russia-Ukraine war. I've never. It's like, okay, fine. They want to fight. They want to fight. I am surprised that Ukraine held out as long as it did, but I don't think it would have without huge amounts of American weaponry going in there. And I wish we hadn't sent huge amounts of American weaponry in there. I think that that's generally speaking a mistake. We generally tend to arm people who later become our enemies. But yeah, so what? Fuck that guy. And also fuck Ukraine. I don't care. I don't care. It's a whole bastion of corruption, right? Whole bastion of it.
All right. So we can agree that Ukraine and Russia both horribly corrupt. Okay. We agree. We agree on that. Just wanted to point out here, we've got from Noah here. My above email was sent privately to Patristic Faith editor Chase Mudd on January 29th in order to have my articles, which are my property, removed from Patristic Faith website. However, after a week, my email still had not been answered, and due to what transpired next, I assume my private requests to the editor were circulated among the clergy board, which supposedly runs the site according to Father Deacon Ananias Sorum and was given to Jay Dyer, who on February 6, 2023, entered all the Discord server I was now a member of and doxed my real name for all to see, while also labeling me a gay Fortamite, no doubt in the spirit of so-called patristic rhetoric. I did not bring this up for any reason other than to ask you what a Fortamite meant, because people started calling me Fortamite over the past few days. Do you know what that is about?
It's a play on words for sodomite.
Oh, Fortamite. Okay. I don't get it, but okay. All
But
right.
that aside, like, who cares about some Discord gossip? I don't give a shit. Do we have something
That's
here
right.
that's going to link
That's right.
Jay Dyer at some point to something?
Yeah, that's right here. So here we have,
okay.
to put it bluntly, besides the ill treatment I've received, this was his explaining why he wanted nothing to do with the website or the Discord server. To put it bluntly, besides the ill treatment I've received from several affiliated with this site on another platform, I do not agree with the version of orthodoxy it pushes, a mixture of radical right-wing politics, sectarian ecclesiology, eschatological frenzy, and an evangelical fundy mindset transposed onto orthodoxy, presenting online cults of personality under the guise of traditionalism, and whose only use for theology is as a ballistics against the other. I do not believe the views continually expressed on this site are representative of the Orthodox hierarchy or the best theologians of our time, let alone the ancient fathers, nor is any serious theology being done or going to be done here. Consequently, I have no desire to have my name associated with this platform. So that was his resignation. What I was interested there was he's been...
Oh, wait, hang on. You said that this was going to be some kind of proof of tying in with Russia. That was not proof of any tying in with Russia at all. Nothing. That's just some gossip, man, from some dude who got kicked out of a Discord. What are you talking about?
No. This all fits together like a perfect puzzle. Notice what he said here. The theology, he points out that the theology...
Puzzle? What? What?
What do you mean? It's pretty straightforward. Notice he said there, the theology... The theology there, he's pointing out, is just a weapon to attack Protestants and Catholics. He's saying it's just a weapon. They only use the theology as a weapon.
Great. That's nice. Proof?
Yeah.
The proof? The proof is what?
All right. So here's what we have. 1970s. Russia sends KGB spy infiltrate the churches. Okay. In the 80s, Soviet Union starts breaking down. They start planning, trying to figure out how to repackage things and so on. They come up with this mixture of nationalism and orthodoxy. 90s,
that is not what that said, that it came up with a mixture of nationalism and ideology. It came up with an idea which would blend communism with other forms of ideology to repackage it for some kind of spiritualism, which, by the way, communists have done that many times throughout history.
Yeah, and then the communism part broke down, but those guys kept going forward.
Okay.
You have the same leaders. That guy?
Which guys?
He was leading. I can look it up. He was leading the ministry of something until 2015 when someone else took over. You want me to look it up for you?
No, I'll just take your word.
Okay.
I'll just say that the same leadership is there. Okay, so 1975, I'm sorry, 1987.
Mm-hmm. 80s,
these guys,
90s, all the way up to 2015
all the way up to,
and so on.
Let's just say all the way up to right this second. Same
and you look at what they're saying. They've got put everything together. Their concerns are they don't want the Orthodox Church fracturing or fragmenting because they want Orthodox versus other, except in some cases with like Dugan, where it may even be Orthodox and Islam versus Protestants and Catholics and everyone else.
Ecumenism is against our religion, right? Ecumenism is against our religion, 100%. I agree. Okay.
Unless it's with Islam, then it's good.
No, it's still not good.
Okay.
And
so,
nobody,
good.
If you can
Don't let Dugan have his way.
There's never been any ecumenism. Dugan didn't say there in that tweet that he wanted ecumenism with Islam. What he said is that it's really interesting, if you look philosophically, that there's a shared form of eschatology. But that's only in some bizarre philosophical sense. That is not, how the fuck did you get to the point where you're saying, wait a second, Andrew, according to Dugan, we want ecumenism. The Orthodox want ecumenism with Islam. What? That never happened. He just made it up.
No, I don't even. I mean, there he's talking about like combining eschatologies and so on, and that the Orthodox eschatology
No,
lines
he's
up with the
not.
Islam. He did say
He
that it
didn't.
lines up.
No, he didn't say combine
They
them.
both view things
He
as like.
didn't say combine them. He just said that there's an interesting notation in eschatology where it is the case that some of these patriarchs or visionaries think that we would be on one side, Islam would be on another side. He pointed out an interesting philosophical thing. Neat.
Okay.
People who talk eschatology do the same thing in Protestantism and every other denomination. Gog and Magog. That's going to be China and Russia. I've heard it a million times from Protestant eschatologists, right? Whether it's true or not, I don't know, because it's mental masturbation. What I'm after here is how in the world, first of all, you just lied. You just said that Dugan said that he wanted ecumenism. He didn't actually say that. He didn't say that, not in the tweets you just showed.
You know, I'm using that in a loose sense where this guy does seem to see things in terms of those guys over there versus
why is it that every time I catch you saying something that's completely false, it's suddenly I just meant it loosely? It's like, just mean what you say, dude.
The aligning eschatologies, the battle between Orthodoxy and Islam on one side and the Western forces and the Zionists on the other side.
Yeah, he said it's an interesting notation, an interesting footnote that there in eschatology, the potentiality for X. Wow. It's a huge combination of him demanding that we have ecumenism.
So they don't view Islam as allies with your boy Putin, with your boy Putin kissing the Quran and stuff?
You just smuggled that in. He's my boy Putin now.
Well,
is he?
Jay's boy.
Oh, Jay's boy Putin. Oh, okay.
If you condemn him, that's fine. But here's the idea. They keep saying all these things that we need to divide up. We need to divide up America. We need to divide up. We need to. They start talking like promoting the conspiracy theories, anything that's going to divide people along any sort of lines. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right when the Russian war is breaking out, we get this advance of the OrthoBros attacking in all directions at a time when you'd think that would be a really, really bad idea.
It's a conspiracy.
Orthodox to attack
We're working with Russia.
All directions.
Yeah. Hey, look, I get it. After all, I can make the loose affiliation that from 1987 until now, there's been an evil, malicious Russian plan in order to destabilize the United States. Wow, David, that is incredible. That's almost like, I don't know, every other country on earth which exists who does the exact same thing. They thrive off destabilization in the American political system, not just Russia. Basically, all of them do. That's a great insight. How do we tie that into OrthoBros, though? What's really, David you have some compelling stuff. A guy left to the Discord and was upsetty spaghetti about it once and still didn't actually make any of the claims that you're making, interestingly enough. And then on top of that, let's look at your other very compelling evidence. It's actually excellent. Ecumenism. They're going for ecumenism. And then you give us an example where the guy didn't actually say anything about going for ecumenism. And then on top of all of that, you still haven't actually tied in at all how the fuck Jay is tied into any of this.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you're missing this. If you have a bunch of Russian leaders over time saying, here's what we need, and we especially need this when the war's breaking out, and then you get this entire group jumping in there and doing exactly what they say they need.
What entire group is doing what?
Just a coincidence?
What entire group is doing what?
Attacking the West. The West is evil. The
What
West
group is doing
bad.
that?
Russia's the bastion of morality. Got to
is
veer
doing
people
that?
towards the Russian Orthodox. Jay's not doing that?
No.
Do we need to read this again?
You can, it doesn't, even what you read doesn't say he's doing that.
Jay Dyer, regular host of Alex Jones' InfoWars, increasingly becoming a notable figure in the right-wing, far-right online sphere, while also being perhaps the most popular, influential Orthodox online personality, caters to this online culture and his aesthetics, conducts media. His presentation of orthodoxy also takes advantage of the U.S. culture wars. Culture wars. Plays upon the recent fascination of the right-wing and far-right with Russia as the bastion of moral values and Christian power.
Okay.
Russia, you don't say.
It should be
noted.
It should be noted. Hang on. It should be noted that Dyer and most of the clergy associated publicly with patristic faith are members of ROCOR. Members of ROCOR.
Russian
David.
Orthodox Church outside Russia.
Our Russian Orthodox Church, which exists outside of Russia, with a patriarch outside of Russia, not under the authority of the Russian patriarch, David. On top of that, it's really interesting. What is the actual positions that you're critiquing here? What are they? What are the anti-American positions of myself or Jay Dyer? What? What are they, bro?
If Russia were to say, I need 10 ninjas to go and attack D.C., and 10 ninjas suddenly go and attack D.C., you would seriously be saying, well, what's the connection? The ninjas didn't... You wouldn't see the connection? Here's what we need, and then it happens, and then you say, well, I don't see any connection there.
I don't even understand how you got to that from the question I just asked you. So I'm going to try again. In what world or universe? What world or universe, David? Can you give me a critique of the anti-American positions of myself or Jay Dyer? What are they? What are the anti-American positions of myself or Jay Dyer, David?
Wait, Jay doesn't have a problem with America?
Bro, that's asking a question, not answering one. What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer? What are they?
Hang on. Give me a few seconds. I'm not listening to a person. I'm listening to an alarm. Okay, it stopped. All right. Sorry, I have a son who has monitors hooked up to him. It beeps.
Okay, I understand.
If it stops, then that means someone else took care of it. Anyway, you and Jay Dyer, you're asking. Wait, so you guys aren't anti-American and pro-Russian?
What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson?
If you're telling me Jay Dyer's pro-America, hey, that's good.
Why are you not answering this question? What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson, David? What?
You're saying there are none.
Oh my God! This is why I don't understand. This is a question that I would like you to answer.
Uh-huh.
If Russia manipulating OrthoBro, Andrew Wilson, Orthodox, Jay Dyer, Orthodox, lots of people in my chat, Orthodox, many people in your chat, also Orthodox. I would expect that there would be some serious anti-American sentiment coming from these people, especially their leadership like Jay Dyer. So what is it?
So you don't have a problem with America? I'm asking you. I don't watch you guys.
Then why would you make the claim, David?
Because it's not based on that. It's based on what Russia is looking for and you guys doing it.
Russia would have people here as a destabilizing force.
Right. That's what it's based on. That's what it's based on. You guys aren't a destabilizing force?
That would require for us to have anti-American positions and want to move the country towards anti-American positions, which are...
You guys aren't destabilizing influence? I'm saying that's what it's based on. Let me say it differently. 1990s. I'm not sure I ever heard.
David,
hang on.
Are you retarded, bro?
Yes,
I am. Actually, are you retarded? Listen closely to what I'm asking you. If there's a destabilizing force here of orthodoxy and Orthodox leadership, which want to destabilize and destroy America, they would be moving us towards anti-American positions, just like the communists did throughout the 60s and the 50s. What are those anti-American positions that we hold, David?
Oh, yeah, constantly blasting Protestants and Orthodox. And Catholics.
Oh, my God. Are you serious? Like religious debates? That's the anti-American position?
No. You've always had religious debates. Your guys' religious debates. For 20-some years, as a Christian, no one in the Orthodox Church ever said, hey, I need to accept the one true church and so on. Now I hear it 50 times a day. Something
So
happened,
what?
and it was all over the past 4 years,
How
right
in the
since the
world would
Russian
that
war
be
started.
anti-American? How is that anti-American? You have the Establishment Clause. It allows us to have those debates.
Yeah, you can have
Literally
those debates.
inside of the Constitution. The idea was that each state initially could have their own religion. The Catholics had their own state religion, dude.
Yeah.
They had their own state with their own Catholic religion in it. How is this anti-American at all?
Do you think that's what's going on?
What?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Protestantism, bad, no foundation. One true church. Everyone's got to follow the one true church, or you're wrong. You can't be going and doing anything else. You have to just be debating the one true church. Everyone has to be in shambles about their church. You can't.
Are Mormons
you can't
are Mormons anti-American, or Jehovah's Witnesses? Are they anti-American?
That's not what we're talking about, man.
Yeah, answer the question. Are Mormons anti-American?
Not what we're talking about, dude.
What makes them not anti-American? I don't get it.
If they were part of what Russia was calling for, and then were sent to cause as much division as possible in the United States, then yes.
The thing you haven't demonstrated that any of these people have any affiliation with Russia whatsoever, and you can't name a single anti-American position they even hold. Because you know
Jay
what's really funny
Jay
here?
on RT.
Jay on RT, great.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew on CNN must be a progressive then. Must be a progressive
Russian,
if I went on CNN.
Russian state television, RT, the same one that was funding the Western influencers.
Would you go debate on Al Jazeera against a Muslim?
What was Jay arguing on?
Would you go debate on Al Jazeera against a Muslim?
Oh, sure. Is that what?
Oh, okay, great. Oh, great.
Is that what Jay was doing there?
Him.
Was that what Jay was doing on there? He was debating. He was debating someone.
He was probably giving his political positions. Which ones of those political positions, or which ones of those positions are anti-American that he gave on RT? Can you give me one?
Let's see. The shows were Evangelicals and Zionism.
Yeah.
The Anti-Semitism Trick. So that was the second show. So the first show was Evangelicals and Zionism.
Yeah.
Huh. That sounds exactly like your buddy Dugan there. We got Muslims and Orthodox on one side, Evangelicals and Zionism on the other. Then we got the Anti-Semitism Trick.
Wait, hang on.
And then Orthodoxy and the state.
This is an association fallacy again. This is crazy. So do you agree with me that there's lots and lots and lots of atheists right now who aren't very happy with Zionists?
Yeah, sure.
What makes that anti or un-American? What?
Well, if they're being stirred up and incited and led by the Russians who are trying, I mean, my goodness, we've got it right in the writings from the plans in the 1990s saying destabilize, deceive, divide, anything that could split people, keep pushing that.
And if you so let me ask you a question. I'm very divisionary with the positions that I have when it comes to beating the shit out of progressive leftists verbally, and I've been doing it for years. I'm very, very divisionary.
That's very American.
What about that is un-American?
That's totally American, unless you're doing it for Russia.
Great. Now you can show me that Jay Dyer's doing it for Russia.
Oh, well, I mean, you are the one who said it's completely reasonable to conclude if someone doesn't argue for his church as the true church, to conclude that he's trying to spread the net as wide as possible for donations. You're the one who said it would be reasonable to conclude that he's a grifter, even though it's not what you were saying. Even though it's not what you were saying.
First of all, that's not what I said.
It is reasonable to conclude that the person is a grifter.
That's not what I said, and that's just meta shit. So do you have any evidence at all that, no, those weren't my words. You're paraphrasing, you got it wrong. But
what was your position?
Hang on.
I think I recall you saying
let's just grant it. Let's just grant it even.
Okay.
Let's just grant it. Great. Okay, yeah. Andrew Wilson, what a hard that guy is. Anyway, your evidence that Jay Dyer works directly with Russia, or even is affiliated in any way with anybody from Russia? Anything, David? Do you have a damn thing, David? One thing?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Do the math again. Here's the plan for destabilizing America. Jay goes and does exactly that. And he's Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia.
He destabilizes America.
He pushes everything towards the Russian Orthodox Church and away from the Orthodox Church in America. Anyway.
So to get this, so hang on. I just want to make sure that I got your actual position correct. Your position here is that Jay Dyer must, in fact, work or be affiliated with Russia in some way, because documents which you uncovered through Google showed you that Russians going all the way back to, well, probably, I mean, since the turn of the century, really, if we're being honest, have plans to destabilize America. And Jay Dyer's rhetoric is a destabilizing force in America. Is that really what your position is, David?
No, my actual position is if it's reasonable for someone to say this guy isn't demanding that people go to his church as the true church, therefore he's a grifter. If you can make that conclusion, when there can be all sorts of other explanations, if that is a completely reasonable conclusion to draw, then I think there's way better evidence that Jay is with Russia.
Did you think it was a reasonable conclusion to draw?
Oh, no, of course not.
Okay, great. So let's use that logic then, and now draw the actual conclusion that you want here,
okay,
without using that inference that you already think is bad. So let's start with that. What evidence you have Jay Dyer's in any way affiliated with anybody from Russia or with anything Russian? What is it?
Just that he's doing exactly what Russia said they wanted. And it all happens.
And so is China.
All that happens, all of a sudden it happens right when Russia has a war. And then it's, hey, Orthodox of the world. Hey, Orthodox. No, hang on. Orthodox of the world unite, because people are taking different sides on the war in Ukraine. So the Orthodox Church is being divided, and all of a sudden, hey, let's all of us Orthodox unite against the Protestants and the Catholics and destabilize everything.
Okay, so how would the same thing not be true of like Zionists in Israel, who basically the second there's a war, right? They start creating divisionary lines when it comes to religion between them and Muslims, which seems totally accurate and fair to me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Here you have two Orthodox nations which are fighting with each other. Of course, the Orthodox Church and Orthodox people are going to have opinions about that. I don't understand, though, how we get to the conclusion that Jay is in any way involved with Russia, David. How do we get there? All you've said here is, well, Russia planned to destabilize the United States, and Jay Dyer is a destabilizing force. Therefore, Jay Dyer must be working with Russia. Is that right?
Not just destabilizing. It's the all the Orthodox unite against the enemy. That's kind of the idea.
Who's the enemy?
It's the Orthodox versus everyone else.
It's always been Muslims. The Orthodox against everyone else. What are you talking about?
When were you guys like this, attacking in all directions? I understand you had debates in the past and stuff. Again, decades. I never heard it. All of a sudden, Russian war.
Yeah, no. Before the Russian war, Orthodoxy was growing like a weed long before the Russian war. In fact, my inquiry started before the Russian conflict did. My inquiry into Orthodoxy started before the Russian conflict. In fact, I remember when that
saw the spike.
I remember when that broke out.
There's a spike in like the people.
Yeah, but that's an associative fallacy. Are you saying that you think there's a spike in Orthodoxy because of the Russian war? That's the cause of it?
No, I'm saying there's a coordinated campaign to be pushing this stuff, and there are people who fall for it.
great. That's fantastic.
And I'm not
Can you
talking about
show
people
me?
falling for I'm not talking about people falling for orthodoxy or
what?
something like that. I'm talking about
Here we
this.
go.
Hey, everyone else is weak. This is the masculine church. We'll show you how to be masculine. And the way to be masculine just happens to be do exactly what Putin wants you to do.
Which is what? How is it that the Orthodox Church teaches you to be masculine through doing what Putin wants you to do? Can you explain that to me?
Well, you go and attack all the Catholics and the Protestants and so on, and
Are they attacking them on their masculinity?
What?
Are they attacking them on their masculinity? What are you talking about?
They're not attacking them based on their masculinity?
Yeah, when? Where are they attacking them on masculinity?
Everyone who disagrees with them isn't gay and a female body part and so on?
Bro, that's everybody online who disagrees with everybody is
thing.
Gay,
just
female.
An online thing.
David, are you seriously going to tell me? Are you going to sit here with a straight face and tell me that literally everybody online has a disagreement with somebody else isn't going to call them a gay retard? Are you really going to tell me that?
It's not just the gay retard.
Are you going to sit here, look me in the eyes and tell me another lie, David?
Andrew, look at the articles coming out New York Times, everyone else. It's all, this church in the West is too effeminate, so I have to go to a manly church, a masculine church.
The church in the West is too effeminate. Yes.
Okay, there 100%. You have it. The church is effeminate.
Yes, the Western churches are very effeminate. Yes. Mm-hmm. Do you want to know how I can prove that to you?
The solution is to go to
Do you want me to prove that to you?
The solution is to go to a manly church like the Orthodox Church, which teaches true masculinity. And in order to be masculine, we just have to do what Putin wants.
You want it? Okay, so that's where we have the disconnect. So we were almost in some agreement there. You're right that Western Protestant churches have become very feminized. You want me to prove it to you? All you have to do is look at the male to female ratio. Far more females than males. Same thing in the Catholic Church. The Orthodox Church is reverse. You have more males than you have females. The Orthodox Church focuses on patriarchy, right? Like the Catholic Church used to do. So yeah, I do think that there's a femininity issue in the church. But I think tons of Protestants would agree with me. In fact, I was in a Twitter space the other night, and there was a ton of, including JP and others, who were agreeing with me that that's an issue inside of Protestant churches. But how do we get to that next part, David? The next part where they're doing everything
the next part
Putin
where
wants.
you need to go orthodox and so on.
Yeah,
that's the solution.
Well, how would that?
It's not. The solution isn't, hey, quit being a weakling. The solution is go to the Orthodox Church.
And is going to the Orthodox Church doing what Putin wants?
Yeah, because when you go to the Orthodox Church, there aren't enough. You go to the, my goodness, this is what keeps coming up with the OrthoBros. You end up going online and you end up becoming part of the OrthoBro movement. And they steer you towards Russia.
When? Where?
How many times do we need to read this?
Yeah, that's some guy from Discord, dude. That's not evidence of nothing. And on top of that, let's point out a couple of things.
Wait,
here
a guy who is a mod and an author for Patristic Faith,
wow,
and eventually concludes.
People who are mad at each other talk shit. Oh my God, I'm so stunned.
We're not talking about that. We're talking to who he gets to the point where they're not actually in this for the theology. They're in this for something else. They're in this to attack other positions.
That guy's mad. And so he's talking shit, and people are talking shit about him. That's how that works.
But it's exactly what I see, though, right? I mean,
what? Where do you see it? You haven't tied any of this together.
99% of what I see from the OrthoBros are just insults of one variety or another. Never. Here's what our theology is. I learned more from a 5-minute discussion with a priest in California about orthodoxy than I've ever learned from any of the OrthoBros up until recently, where I started having a couple conversations.
A fuck. It has nothing to do with anything, David. Where can you tie this in to Russia is running the show for the OrthoBros? Because you keep saying the OrthoBros doing everything Russia wants, but then when I say, what's that? It's, they're moving people to the Orthodox Church. By that logic, David, that would mean that anybody who moves people to the Orthodox Church is doing the bidding of Russia. Is that what you're saying? That just the mere act of joining the Orthodox Church means that you're aiding Russia?
No.
Okay, well then make this logically make sense to me. If Jay Dyer moves people into the Orthodox Church, right?
Russian Orthodox.
They're moving in. Right? No, not just the Russian Orthodox. He moves them into ROCOR. He moves them into the OCA. He's spoken highly of the OCA in the past and said, that's fine, right? He said it multiple times. So what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's not just moving them into some Russian church. What do you mean?
Here's what I mean. I can't talk to a Muslim now without some OrthoBro jumping in there and saying, what church you bringing them to? Wrong church. It's become a constant distraction to paralyze everything that's going on anywhere else. Protestants, Catholics, everyone else.
You sound like a paranoid schizophrenic lunatic, dude.
I know.
Oh my God. Orthodox people, well, they'll jump in and say that my theology is wrong, and that makes me matchy. It makes me upsetty spaghetti when they do that. So Russia, right? You sound like a fucking Democrat, David. The Russians came in. The Russians came in. They manipulated our elections. You literally sound like a whining bitch, dude. Oh my God, the OrthoBros are mean.
Who sounds like a Democrat? Spaghetti. Look at this. We've got the President of the United States, Barack Obama. Governor Romney, I'm glad you recognize that al-Qaeda is a threat. Because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia, not al-Qaeda. You said Russia. And the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back because the Cold War has been over for 20 years. Who do you have here? You have the king of all the Democrats saying it's stupid to think Russia's the threat. There are so many other threats. That time has passed. So you're sounding just like Barack Obama.
Oh, you're right. Except that, that was like 20 fucking years ago. Can we talk about Hillary Clinton, bro?
Okay, so you're like Barack Obama.
What about Hillary Clinton? So you're like Hillary
ago.
Clinton. You're like Hillary Clinton
you're
10
like
years
Barack.
ago. You're like Obama. Hillary Clinton. You're like Clinton.
Obama.
Yeah,
you're
David
like Obama.
Clinton. David Clinton.
You're like Obama.
Okay, got it.
Andrew Obama.
You sound like a Democrat, bro. You're literally blaming all of Orthodoxy, OrthoBros online, saying they're part of. You're saying they're part of a Russian conspiracy that you can't demonstrate.
Yeah, that they don't. Most of them don't know about.
You can't show a single tie.
They're just following their leaders.
You can't show a single tie to any of the quote Orthodox online leadership to Russia at all. And all you've done is say, it distracts me from my work when they come and it makes me upset and distracts me from my work, and that's destabilizing to the nation. I want to tell you a couple things. First of all, nobody in the nation knows who the fuck you are. So if OrthoBros are messing with you, okay, or whatever.
Wait, you said no
that's
one in the nation?
That's not destabilizing the nation. That's not destabilizing the nation.
Oh, I'm not really talking about that. I'm just saying you guys are doing that to everybody.
Who's everybody? They make fun of you sometimes on the internet, bro. That's it.
I don't care if people make fun of me. I'm talking about
who?
We can no longer do evangelism or anything else without OrthoBros jumping in there. No one else is jumping in. Even people who don't think who think we have the wrong church and so on.
Yeah, so you're upsetty spaghetti because the Orthodox are hindering your Protestant evangelical mission. David.
Among all the other things they're doing.
So Russia, it's actually secretly Russia who is destabilized. Russia is targeting you guys and destabilizing
Russia's
this by
definitely
using
targeting
OrthoBros.
and trying to destabilize. We know that. Are you denying that? You're denying
I'm
Russia.
denying
I know you're
100%.
denying the connection. I know you're denying the connection, but you don't think Russia is trying to destabilize and so on?
I think Russia's been trying to be a destabilizing force against the United States since the 50s.
How would you identify? So there are times they're caught. They put, they send money here or they have a spy here and the spy gets caught. Do you think everyone gets caught, or there are some people who are doing it and you don't have, let's say, the paperwork for it? How would you identify someone? How would you identify? Because the way I were to do it, if I wanted to, would be I would say, okay, what are they saying they want, and who's doing exactly what they say they want?
Well, let me tell you how this actually works in real time. Having studied politics for my entire life, what happens when you have foreign actors who are coming in? What they usually do is they try to attach themselves to some sort of political arm. Okay, that's usually what they do, and that's usually at the politician level, not at the streamer level. It's not to say that streamers haven't been influenced. They have. It's just that you want to spend your money. Like, these are highly expensive operations. You're going to spend your money where you get the most amount of influence.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Stop, David. Hang on. Okay. Let me finish.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, hasn't that changed?
You're going to spend it where you get the most amount of influence. It has and it hasn't. They're still mostly running
on a politician. Like, what do you mean? Where would that money go?
They're still running most of their espionage at the higher political levels. Yes. Now that it is true that that's probably picked up with streaming, just like it picked up with news networks, right? There's always going to be foreign actors who do this. That's 100% correct. But you have not identified any foreign actor connection with any Orthodox streamer, not one. And when you say, don't you think that we should be able to at least identify some? I can even grant that position. Okay, how about just one?
So the Russians say, here's what we want. And
can you give me one? Just
what?
one who you say and claim, will be willing to claim publicly, is working with Russia or working with Russian interests. Can you just give me one fucking name, dude? One.
Oh, Jay Dyer.
Okay, so your public accusation is that Jay Dyer works with Russia in order to destabilize the United States, correct?
Bingo.
Okay, so you want to try to troll your way out of your claim?
No, that's what
is that it?
That is my claim.
Is that your actual claim? Okay, great.
Bingo.
Now, let's see a single shred of evidence for that claim being true, that Jay Dyer works with the Russian government to destabilize the United States. A shred of evidence, dude.
Oh, I've given plenty.
You've given zero.
Oh, my
Not
goodness.
one shred of evidence. You showed me a plot from the Russian government to destabilize the U.S. You haven't shown any evidence Jay Dyer's involved in that at all.
It's pretty straightforward. Again, this is Jay's standard.
It's pretty straightforward.
This is Jay's standard. I can look at someone and say, here's what I would expect him to be doing if he's this, but he's doing something else. So he's actually
What about by
this.
your standard? How about your standard?
Oh, no, just in the name of full disclosure, if it was my standard, I would not be accusing Jay of anything right now.
That's it? So you're just trying to troll your way out of your stupid-ass claims because you got blown out in the debate, David?
No, I would.
You're
no,
just
I would,
literally
no,
trying to troll your way out.
No, I would say that at any point. I would say that
whatever,
at any
dude.
point. It's pretty.
It's pretty
straightforward. I don't
know because you had nothing.
Andrew,
you had nothing, so you're trying to troll your way out. You
Andrew,
suck,
hang on,
dude.
One second.
You're fucking terrible.
Andrew,
at this,
one
bro.
second. Do you see me normally going around accusing people of these kinds of things? No, you've never seen it. I do it right here with one guy. Why? Just applying his standard of evidence for tossing out accusations. And then you say, why are you doing that? Oh, it's because you lost the debate. No, I've been doing this for a couple months now.
Mm-hmm. So
I just noticed this awesome Russia connection.
Mm-hmm. So all the streams that you did on the connection between Orthodoxy and Russia and the OrthoBros in Russia, you was just funning.
Wait, which ones? Which ones are you referring to?
The ones that you've recently done on your channel. You was just funning.
Not sure what you're referring to.
Bro. What a waste of fucking time. Really? This is what it was, dude?
I agree. I agree. We could all be doing something more, something better right now.
Hey,
but the OrthoBros say we have to do this.
Oh my God.
Let's see. Cora, Sam Shamoon, Rotherham, grooming gangs, women in Islam. Was Jesus a Muslim? Muhammad Hijab and Yasser Qadi. Muslims beg Rabbi to help them. Malik Libiano, Rabbi tries to rescue Muslims. Sam Shamoon, Ali Dawa Wars. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about with recent live streams. Oh, if you mean the live streams where we're talking about orthodoxy and stuff, yeah, but I don't think we were talking about OrthoBros working for Russia, unless I'm just forgetting right now.
So to get this right, I just want to make sure that we're totally clear here, right? You actually didn't mean any of those accusations, and you were full of shit, correct?
Oh, I agree. I would say it looks awfully suspicious and some serious issues there that I'll look into.
So now you're going to look into it because it is awful suspicious. So this isn't just cope because you got your ass blown out because you have no evidence for any of your claims because you're a moron, right? That's not what it is.
If you're saying I have no evidence, I've got way more evidence than Jay Dyer has when he's accusing people of things.
I think
I
that
have
there
way
might be
more
a
evidence
slight.
than Jay
Do you
Dyer
think
has
that
when
there
he's
might be
accusing.
a slight distinction between saying I think that guy's a grifter and I think that guy's a fucking agent of a foreign nation here to destabilize mine? Do you think these are compatible claims?
When you're saying, "Hey, what kind of evidence would justify
By the
publicly
way,
accusing
he
people
was
of
just
something?"
saying it loosely, bro. Like you do. He's just saying it loosely and stuff, bro. That's all.
No, he wasn't. He was agreeing with someone who actually carefully laid out a case. The reason he does
Yeah.
not debate these things
All
and
right.
talk about the Orthodox Church and defend the true church is because all he cares about is the donations.
So you do think that something's going on, but something's not really going on, and you're not ready to accuse somebody, but you're kind of trying to accuse somebody, right? It doesn't sound like you're just doing stupid ass cope because you had nothing. This entire debate, you had nothing. You went through an entire dissertation. You gave me nothing.
Andrew, how many
And then
times?
so your whole cope,
Andrew,
your
how
whole
many
cope is
times have
just,
I pointed
if you
out?
can
How
make
many times have
inferences,
I
can
pointed
make
out? How many
inferences.
times have I pointed out since all this happened that if that's the burden of proof, now we can accuse people of all kinds of things. Well, here we are. This doesn't look good, man. OrthoBros.
It doesn't look good for you.
Why do they use theology as a weapon and don't seem to actually care much about the theology except to attack? Sounds like they're attacking for some other reason. What would that other reason be? Well, the only thing we see, there is this big country out there and this big government that's been saying for decades that they want this sort of thing. And then the OrthoBros are doing it. It's not because of
to
theology.
make sure we're right, you don't actually believe that, or you do?
It could be. I wouldn't toss that out as an accusation.
You do believe it, or you don't believe that?
Dude, it's not. Things aren't yes or no. Right?
Oh.
It could be. I see what looks like something's going on over there, and I normally wouldn't say something about that, but we're in a situation
David.
where the particular guy who looks awfully suspicious is the guy who says, here's the standard, here's the burden of proof if you want to accuse someone of something.
Are all propositions true or false? Are all propositions true or false, David?
I'd have to think about it.
You don't know if all propositions are true or false?
I'd have to think about it.
Okay, I'll let you think. Don't
I'd
you have a
think about
PhD
that
in philosophy, bro?
Yeah, I'd still have to think about that for a while.
Oh.
Go
Okay.
ahead and give your answer, and I'll go along with it. Are all true or false propositions known to be true or false by everyone?
No.
Okay.
That's literally doesn't follow from what I asked you.
No, it's not the point.
Idiot.
Can someone have some reason to believe a proposition is true?
What the fuck is fucking stupid, this guy? Yeah, you know what? You're right, David. All propositions are true or false, but not that knowledge is not going to be available to everybody of all propositions at all times.
So we have to go on the evidence that we actually have.
You're an astounding genius, David. Holy shit.
Yeah. So
man,
hang on.
I'm learning so much from this
Hang on.
conversation.
Hang on. So,
David, I'm bored.
Hang on.
Do you have an accusation or do you not?
oh, just want to explore this
Because
a little bit.
I'm literally just bored with this at this point.
Let me ask something about you. So we don't have all the information in various situations. Sometimes we judge something to be true or false, and we don't have all the access to all the information. So we kind of have to go with where it looks like the evidence points. And it's going to be up to sort of the person to decide what's kind of like what's the threshold for saying I believe this and I affirm this. Personally, where would that be? Like in other words, if you had, would it be like 60% of the relevant evidence that you have access to points in this direction, therefore I affirm it is true? Would it have to be 90%, 95%?
I'd have to think about it.
Oh, okay, good. That's a good answer. That's what I would normally say in these
Yeah.
kinds of
I'd
situations.
I'd have to
Yeah.
I'd have to think about it.
Yeah, so if you take a situation where I would accuse someone of something, I'd have to be pretty darn sure. I'd have to be pretty darn sure. If we lower it to, oh, here's my suspicion, therefore I can say this person is this or that. If that's if that's the threshold for making a claim, okay, then when I'm talking about that person, I will apply that standard and that threshold to him, which is what I'm doing with Jay. And if you have, but yeah, we'll have to go back and see what you said. I seem to recall you insisting
So I
that it
just
is
want
reasonable
to
to conclude that.
so I just want to make sure, David, I'll ask again. Do you actually believe that or not, that Jay Dyer is working with Russians, or that the OrthoBros are part of a Russian conspiracy to destabilize the United States?
I can say the evidence points towards the OrthoBros being used and manipulated and at some level controlled by Russia, vast majority of OrthoBros being completely ignorant of what they're really doing and thinking they're just defending the one true church when they've actually been manipulated and conditioned and programmed to actually go out and do the bidding of Russia. And if you say Jay's not aware of what he's actually doing, well, then he'd be a useful idiot for Russia. I don't think that Jay's an idiot.
But no evidence, right?
Oh, all kinds of evidence, man.
None.
Look what he's doing.
You haven't provided
He's
a
doing
single
exactly.
shred.
If you took everything Dugan and all these other guys said they wanted and stuff like this and rolled it up into a person, it would be Jay Dyer.
No, it wouldn't.
Jay Dyer's the type of dude that watched Rocky IV and was rooting for Drago.
Gotcha. All right. Are you all done trying to troll your way out of your L, or is there anything else you wanted to cover?
No, I think the point stands, and it's going to stand for a long time.
That you didn't have any evidence, got wrecked in a debate, and tried to troll your way out of it. I think that will stand for a long time. I agree with that.
No, not really, because people are finding out a lot about the Russian Orthodox Church and how corrupt that place is.
Okay. Can we get to the second part now? Your affiliations with Israel?
Sure.
Do you have any?
What do you mean?
Do you have any affiliations with any government officials in Israel, and have you ever received any monies from said officials who are connected with the Israeli government?
Not that I'm aware of. If someone tossed in a super chat
Oh yeah,
or
of
something
course.
like that would be one thing.
That's unknowing. What about your former partner AP?
Not that I'm aware of.
So he didn't make. Let me share this video with you. I just want to know a couple things here. 1 second, I'll pull it up. Share screen. Oh, there it is. Just give me 1 second here.
No problem.
It's always a pain in the ass to pull these things up.
Yep, and technology sucks.
All right. Let me actually just pin this. I have the technology to do that, I think. Oh, come on. All right, don't share it yet until I say okay. All right, go ahead and share it.
All right.
I think you have to play it, actually. Oh, I don't actually. Oh, wait, hang on. Never mind. Let me just make sure I got this right.
Yeah, let's see if sound works. Oops.
Whoops. All right. Oh, come on. What a piece of shit.
Got no sound here.
What?
I have no
You have no
sound on the
sound?
sign.
All right, stop sharing the screen. Let me know when you got it not shared anymore.
All right.
All right.
You can just tell us what's in it.
Yeah, so here's what he says. He says, I've been invited to Israel by people with very interesting and very important connections. That comes from your co-host, Apostate Prophet. Who do you think those interesting connections were with, David?
Don't know. You want me to ask him?
Yeah, did you go out to Israel with him?
When was this?
Do you want me to pull up the date on the video?
No, he was there recently, like when Tommy Robinson was there and stuff. I don't know which trip this is.
But who are these interesting connections?
I don't know. That's
If somebody said that you have some interesting connections in a foreign nation, and then you went out to said foreign nation, wouldn't you want to investigate who these interesting connections were with?
depends on if it was relevant.
Yeah, who do you think the interesting connections could be?
In Israel?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What, Netanyahu? I don't know who. Netanyahu?
Do you think that it was? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know. I know who we talked to when we were there. I don't know. I mean, he was there with Tommy Robinson and a couple of others.
Yeah. And does Tommy Robinson have any connection with the Israeli government?
Don't know.
Don't know. And you don't have any, of course. You just went out there with your friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you kiss the wall when you were there?
No.
No. Did you put on a yarmulke?
I did that.
You put on the yarmulke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then were you paid any amount of money?
No.
You weren't paid any money?
No.
No. And your trip wasn't paid for?
We did a fundraiser for that.
Yeah. And when you were there, the Israeli government gave nothing to you?
No.
Yeah. Who do you think the interesting...
I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and tell the only anything as far as the Israeli government saying anything that had anything to do with me was they messaged AP when it was the Muslim cowboy posted something about Jews and Christians are going to be under his feet or something like that. And I took a picture of me standing on the Quran and I said, look what's under my feet or something like that. And AP actually got contacted by someone and said, hey, that guy you're with, tell him that that's not allowed here. So that was it. That's when I heard from the government. I was at an event where there was like the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem, and she said we could take the cab back from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem with her since she already had one scheduled and we were going to get a cab. And then AP went and spoke at on one of their programs, and I don't know if she was interviewing him or she was there or something like that, but I saw them in the same building. As far as government, that's all I'm aware of.
Now, let me ask you a question, David. If it was the case that you had evidence that Jay Dyer had taken a trip over to Russia and one of his co-hosts had said that they were going there to meet people who had, quote, very interesting connections, would you say that that would actually give some evidence to the fact that he was conspiring with a foreign nation?
Given Jay Dyer's threshold of where you would actually accuse someone of something, yes.
So then it seems like it would be perfectly acceptable, if we're going to use that threshold then, to just go ahead and accuse you and say we have better evidence actually than you do that you work for the Israeli government than you've been able to provide that he works for Russia. Is that right?
You can say whatever you want.
Okay, now let's just go by your standard. if your standard is
My
that
standard or my standard
whatever
applying
standard
Jay's
that you
standard?
might have, your standard yourself as yourself, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Tell me, which one of us provided more compelling evidence that the other one could have connections to a foreign nation? You about myself or Jay Dyer, or me who showed a video of your partner saying that he has interesting Israeli connections and you went on a trip with him to Israel? If you were the judge and somebody asked you which one of these is more compelling to you to make a case for that, which one would you pick?
Oh, I'd go with the Russia all the way.
Okay, so Jay Dyer's been to Russia then?
He's been on their state news program. So we could kind of say, suppose AP was on Israeli state TV for multiple shows. You wouldn't be at all suspicious about that?
Well, from the United States?
Yeah, he's going on Israeli state TV to attack all the enemies of Israel or something like that.
Yeah, but never made a trip back to the old Russia, like you made the old trip to Israel, right?
You can only be working with someone if you take a trip there?
I'm just asking about the compellence of evidence.
Oh, yeah, I'd have to say the Russia case.
The Russia
OrthoBros?
case.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, imagine AP leading an entire group of people, and he just claims that, hey, I'm just supporting.
Has he ever been on
the Orthodox Church?
Has he been on any pro-Zionist stations that you're aware of?
I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he has.
But he
so
would,
that's out.
He would
so
tell
on,
you.
That's
he
out.
would,
that's
he would
on,
tell
that's
you
out
he's
the window.
he would tell you he's a Zionist in some sense.
Yeah, he has.
I mean, you debated him on that,
and he has in fact been on many pro-Zionist stations, just like Jay, you say, was on a pro-Russia station, but Jay's never been back to Russia.
Russian
and AP
TV.
has been back to Israel, and you went to Israel with him. I wonder what the level of suspicion of people would be under your theory here about Dyer not going to Russia.
By the way, yes.
No, your theory.
Using Jay's,
no, it's not Jay's theory.
Threshold, absolutely. You could conclude.
What is Jay's threshold
David
again?
is
What's Jay's
being
threshold
paid
again?
by Netanyahu.
Yeah. What's Jay's threshold? That you can make logical inferences based on evidence that you have that somebody can be something? That's the whole threshold, right?
Jay's threshold is if, I mean, there's not a lot there.
Come on, tell me some bullshit lies.
If someone is not debating the one true church and attacking all other churches as not the true church, then that person is a grifter.
No, that's not his threshold.
That's exactly
his threshold is that if you're marketing yourself as a Christian apologist, but it is a case that you're engaged in polemics, you should just be honest about that. If you're not honest about the polemics, you're saying that you're a Christian apologist, and it's the case that you want to actually do apologetics, that he considers that grifting.
Wait,
and you said that that's an invalid inference.
Wait, God Logic doesn't do apologetics?
Interfaith apologetics? I don't think he does do apologetics generally with anybody who he wouldn't consider a non-Christian. I've seen him go up against, for instance, Mormons and people like this. I haven't actually seen him do apologetics interfaith. I'm not saying it's never happened, but if it has, it's rare.
He's got people like converting all over the place.
That has nothing to do with anything. So do I, and I don't do apologetics at all.
Okay, I mean, wait, what do you think, like defending Jesus' death for sins, his resurrection, his divine nature, the Trinity, that's not apologetics? That's what I think of as Christian apologetics.
I don't think so. I think they engaging.
Wait, for instance, is apologetics just arguing for the one true church or something like that? Because then we just have completely different
I don't think so.
I think
that apologetics is arguing for the systems and dogmas and beliefs in which you hold. That would be apologetics. And so when we're talking, especially in the church sense, that would be apologetics. If you're unwilling to engage in this, so like, let me ask you, what would be the distinction between polemics and apologetics?
Polemics, you're generally attacking another position. Apologetics, you're defending your own position. We get the word from 1 Peter 3:15, which is always be prepared to give a defense for the hope that you have. Well, what's the hope that I have based on? It's the gospel, Jesus' death, resurrection.
I understand.
So that's apologetics.
But when you're talking about
defending the existence of God, the Trinity.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so then by that standard, I must be one of the best apologists who's ever existed, because it's the case that I affirm those things all the time, but I'm
Yeah,
not.
if you actually defend those, and you
Mhm.
argue for those, and you present
Mhm.
evidence for those, and you respond to
Mhm.
objections for those, all of
Mhm.
which God logic does, that would be
Not with
apologetics.
Orthodox people, he doesn't.
Now it's only apologetics. I mean, my goodness, in the context of 1 Peter 3:15, you think that is an ortho bro coming up to the Christian saying, and you have to be answering the ortho bro?
It's all peoples and all views, right?
Wait, so you're only doing apologetics if you respond to all people of all views. You can't just say,
Well,
"Hey, I defend." So someone can't just say, "Hey, I
Mhm.
defend Christianity against the objections of Jehovah's Witnesses." You can't do that. That's not apologetics. It's only apologetics if you defend against every group in the world.
Well, I'm taking the biblical passage. Read it. Read it.
1 Peter 3:15.
Read it.
Always be prepared to give a defense of the hope that you have.
And who's that supposed to be against? Everybody, right?
That is the most insane interpretation of that. So hang on. If there's no Christian apologist in the world then, because there's no one who has defended everything against every other position. So there's never been a Christian apologist, right?
No, but I think that Christian apologetics,
and even that was Peter. That was Peter talking.
Yeah.
That was Peter talking. So he hadn't even encountered a bunch of other positions.
Calm down. Okay, so I think that generally speaking, if you have other people who are very popular and have popular views that are so bad against your view that you're willing to actually be like, oh, hey, you know what? This is actually causing me so many problems and so many issues when the OrthoBros do this that I'm going to endlessly make content about them spurging about it and talk about it on Twitter all day. I would think that you would be one who would be willing to engage in those types of things. You yourself don't actually engage in apologetics against Orthodox people because you're a polemicist. You engage in attacking Islam. You're very good at that. I'm not going to take that away from you. But you're not very good at defending your own positions. In fact, last time I talked to you, you basically were confused about what your positions were. For instance,
I wasn't confused at all.
Yeah, you really were confused. You really weren't willing to commit to many of the positions that you stated. So what are your actual positions, David? Can you tell us?
Yeah, you just completely misrepresented what I said.
Yeah, but how about we just don't misrepresent anything? And I just ask you, what are your actual positions on Christianity?
God exists. God created the world. God sent prophets into the world. God gave revelations. Jesus entered the world. The Son entered the world as Jesus of Nazareth, performed miracles, died on the cross for sins, rose from
What about
the dead.
penal substitution atonement?
How many times do I need to explain this?
Just yes or no.
Looks like it.
So you don't know?
Jesus died on the cross for sins. You know this. You've got ransom. You've got the ransom theory, penal substitutionary atonement. In my mind, I'm always thinking, it's like, okay, you have I suppose you have quantum mechanics and you have relativity. They both can't be true. They both work. They both work with certain evidence, and yet they both can't be true. So what are people doing? Maybe there's this other theory that maybe there's this other scientific theory that will incorporate all the data and do so. Looks like penal substitutionary atonement, some version of that. Do I say I affirm this as the only correct position and everything else is wrong? I don't have any reason to think that I've looked into all the alternative positions thoroughly. And therefore, what do I say? I say Jesus died on the cross for sins. Do I affirm this thing right here? Well, I can say it looks like it. I lean in that direction. But if you say, David, no, let me go and ask you this, Andrew. Just a quick question here. Do you believe the Bible teaches penal substitutionary atonement as the correct position?
No.
Okay. So if I say I'm just going with the Bible, why would you say, David? This is the issue with the OrthoBros. I say, hey, I became a Christian in a jail cell, reading the Bible, and I believe the Bible, and okay, I'm kind of sticking with that unless someone shows me I'm wrong about something and I need to also adhere to one particular church or something like that, I'm sticking with this. If you say, well, therefore, since you're not going to the Orthodox Church, you're not going to the Catholic Church, therefore you have to affirm penal substitutionary atonement, it really sounds, and the five solas and so on, it really sounds like you're saying if you just go with the Bible affirms these things. And yet you're saying you don't think the Bible affirms those things. Well, why would you be insisting if someone says, I'm just going to go with the Bible unless you show me the church authority?
That's just a word salad and garbage coming out of your mouth. It's total word salad.
No,
so
some people are just like this, and it's guess what? Salad. It's kind of tied to what I was saying.
Trash. It's just garbage. You just
no, it's not.
Garbage.
It's kind of tied to me saying I wouldn't accuse someone unless it reached some threshold and so on. And I even said when we were talking earlier, I said it's kind of up to the person. It's kind of up to the person.
Your positions, bro. That's it.
Yeah, and I've explained it. You don't accept that someone doesn't think just I either affirm this or I reject it. I don't simply affirm things or reject things. I can say
I just want to know the positions. That's it. Five solas.
Jesus died on the cross for sins.
Yeah,
that's
five
my position.
Solas. Do you affirm the five solas? Do you believe them?
Haven't we been through this? My position hasn't changed.
Okay, I don't remember. What did you say about the five solas?
Take something like sola scriptura, right? Mm-hmm. Take something like sola scriptura. Yeah. The Bible is the only infallible authority for Christians or something like that. What do I say? I don't say.
Well, it'd be the ultimate infallible authority by which all standards are judged.
And what do I say? If you show me there's some other infallible authority, I'll go with that. I haven't seen that. Therefore, I don't say this is the correct position that I affirm and I reject all others. Why? You guys might come up with some awesome case for me one day. I sat here and listened to you guys and so on.
Okay, when do you believe a child? Hang on. I get it. When do you believe a child isn't sold?
Don't know.
Okay.
I would lean towards conception, but I don't know. I don't know of a clear Bible verse that says sold right there.
Do you believe
I don't even have a firm position on what the soul is. I mean, you have, substance dualism, you got hylomorphism and stuff like that. Like, how would I know?
Couple more questions. I'm just curious about.
By the way, Andrew, I'm not interested in the 20 questions. My answer is going to be the same.
Hang on. I'm asking you questions I have never asked you. So I just want to know the answers to them. So I got a couple other ones.
Man, in the Q&A. We're here. You got something on the topic?
Well, hang on. Yeah, this is on the topic. So I want to know. We're talking about grifting, right? You're not answering any more questions, David? Because I'm going to keep asking them to you until you answer them, or you're going to have to rage quit, I guess.
I don't care.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a few more.
You can ask anything you want. I'm not interested in the 20 questions. We showed up here
not interested
for
in
topics.
Answering the questions?
We're talking.
What you don't want to answer questions? We showed up
for the Russia thing and the Israel thing. No, I don't want to answer.
You don't want to answer any questions?
A bunch of your questions. I mean, if you have something that's on something on topic, yeah, go something on topic.
Well, I don't understand. Are we still talking about that topic?
Yeah, Russia.
Are we talking about a new topic?
Russia or Israel?
Russia or Israel? Okay. Well, let me just ask you this: do you believe that God is omnipotent and omniscient? Can I at least ask that? Is he omnipotent and omniscient? Do you believe in a pre-revelation rapture?
Told you I'm not answering.
A pre-revelation rapture, David?
If you are ever interested in having a discussion on topic,
well, the debate's already done. So, do you believe in pre-revelation?
Want to take some questions from the chat then?
No, I want you to answer my question. Do you believe in pre-revelation rapture?
Not interested.
Post-revelation rapture?
It's
What is your eschatology, actually, David? I'm curious.
Yeah.
What is your eschatology?
Jesus wins. That's my eschatology. It's another perfect example.
Great.
You have all these different views. What's your view, David? Jesus wins. Mm-hmm. Well, do you adhere to this position? No.
So pre-rapture, not sure?
Not sure.
Not sure. Don't know for sure.
Don't know.
No. Do you think people can get divorced? Is that permitted by Christianity, divorce? David, should babies get baptized? Do you think in Moscow, the patriarch of Moscow thinks babies should get baptized? Can you do Andy Griffith? The chat wants to hear Andy Griffith. Yeah, David, do you believe that Jesus had brothers? No.
Hey, matter of fact, that's another good example. You mean biological brothers?
Yeah.
Lean in that direction, but it's another situation where if you guys came up with some argument, if you came up with some argument, it sounds like that from Scripture. If you guys came up with some argument, be happy to go along with your position. Same thing over and over again. There are certain things like I can decide. I can either stay in this chair or get up from this chair. I have to do one or the other. It's kind of a forced decision. Like I have to either be here or get up from here. There are all kinds of other issues.
No, you don't have to do either of those things, actually.
I don't have to either remain sitting here or get up.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrew, for that enlightening thesis. There are other issues where you just don't have to make an official call on it, especially if you became a Christian and you adopted a position, and then 2 years later you got new information. You thought, I actually am changing my position because I think that was wrong. And then you adopt another position. Then 5 years later, you get all this new information. You say, you know what? I think and you eventually get to the point where I'm going to focus on the things that are most important and the things where I think this is what I'm supposed to do. And I'm going to leave all those other issues to people who are smarter and more interested in those issues.
That actually makes sense to me. So then you couldn't have a committed position on, like, worshiping icons, right?
I never have.
Yeah, exactly. So why are you doing a debate with Jay Dyer on that?
I'm going to have one.
Oh, you're going to have one by the time you get to the debate. You're going to figure that one out. But right now, you couldn't actually say with any certainty that you shouldn't do that, right?
It really looks like you shouldn't do that to me. Even with
but you're not sure.
Even with that said, and I can say it really doesn't look like something. That's a situation where if you ask me right now, say the Orthodox Church is a false church, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, you're not going to say the Orthodox Church is a false church. You can't even say with surety that the Orthodox Church shouldn't be telling you that you're a heterodox and need to convert, right? You can't say that for sure.
No, you guys could give me a great argument for that.
Yeah. You can't say for sure that the Orthodox aren't completely correct and that you're going to hell even.
You guys could come up with some awesome argument for that I'm not familiar with. I have to say, the more I look into it, the more doesn't look very good.
Yeah, but you're not sure yet, of course.
That's true. Yeah, if you're talking about, like, let me put it this way, if you're talking about like Christian doctrine and so on, I'd rather say I'm not sure about something than say this is my position that I dogmatically affirm and be wrong about it. Like,
are Muslims going to hell?
Even on that issue, if there have been people who suggest some post death possibility of I don't know. And what about a Muslim who's never heard the gospel?
Can't be sure. Are Jews going to heaven?
like Peter.
Yeah, are Jews going to heaven?
Even I don't know what you want here from me.
I just want to
No
know
one.
if Jews are going to heaven.
Let me say my position. No one comes to the Father except through Jesus Christ. If you just go with the Bible, looks like you make your decision, and then after that comes the judgment and so on. There are people who raise arguments about the possibility of a posthumous opportunity, or what happens to people who've never been evangelized, or people they call
So
them
you're not sure
they
Jews
call
are
them
going to heaven?
pseudo evangelized.
So you're not sure Jews are going to heaven?
What do you mean Jews are going to heaven? No one comes to the Father except through Jesus.
So
It's going to depend on the Jew. It's going to depend on the Jew, man.
Okay, so Jews don't believe that Jesus Christ is God. They don't believe in the Trinity. They don't have faith in Jesus Christ as the Messiah. Are they going to hell, David?
If you reject Jesus and the gospel, and it's been clearly explained to you, you're not going to the Father unless there's something else going on. Even if you
So
take
are most of the Jews in Israel right now going to hell, David?
If again, I don't know how I can.
If they all have rejected, most of them overwhelmingly have rejected
Did they?
Jesus Christ as the Lord.
What was their knowledge? What was their knowledge of the gospel? Because they don't talk
their
a lot about Jesus
knowledge,
over there.
their knowledge of their gospel is quite good.
All Jews in Israel?
Yeah, I mean it's as good as the average Americans.
No, I don't think so. They don't. No, it's not. You been there?
Yeah, I think it is.
You been there?
It's a well-educated nation.
No, they don't.
They're not a well-educated nation.
A lot of Jews there, in terms of Jesus, they're more like they're less like me and Muhammad. I'm openly critical and hostile towards Muhammad. They're more like me and Buddha, where I'm just.
But I thought
not
Christians
interested.
were allowed to evangelize in Israel.
They do. It doesn't mean that.
And
most
so
people
they're
pay
all over
attention.
the place telling these people that Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, giving them the knowledge of the gospel. Are they going to hell, David?
Andrew, let me break down my thoughts on hell, since you're terribly interested, but it's another perfect example. You have multiple views on hell. You have a literal interpretation of hell. Fire means fire. Darkness means darkness. Worm means worm. You have a metaphorical view where fire means
Which
something.
Which view do you believe?
Let me break it down.
is?
If you're going to ask, I'm going to answer.
Okay.
If fire means something bad, doesn't really mean fire. Worm means something bad, doesn't mean actual worm or something like that. You've got that. You've got the annihilationist view. So hell is where you are annihilated, you are destroyed. You have the purgatorial view, where
Which view is yours?
I don't have one, Andrew. That's the point.
Yeah, you don't have one. So they could be
have
going to an allegorical hell. They could be going to a metaphorical hell. They could be going to, but are they going to go to hell if they don't know the gospel? No,
what do you mean? If
but
if they don't know the gospel,
they do know the gospel and they reject it. If I say most of the Jews reject Christ as their Lord and Savior, but have some knowledge and were presented with the truth of Christ.
So if they were presented with a clear gospel and they reject it, unless, which again, I grant the possibility, unless there's some sort of opportunity after death or something like that, which I don't know, you'd be going there.
Okay, so then does it stand to reason that if most of the Jewish people who are in Israel have rejected the gospel after it being presented to them, that they're going to hell?
Are you trying to get me to say they're going to hell when I'm
No,
sitting
I
here
just
saying
I just want to make sure that I
have
have it. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
Again, I grant the possibility that, and it's just because it's a biblical thing, right? It's a biblical thing. Paul talks about the Gentiles who don't know the law being a law unto themselves and so on, and their consciences can it's based on conscience and so on. So biblically, the more you know, it seems the more accountable you are. So like Jesus says that the people who handed him over to Pilate are going to have a more severe judgment. You have passages like that. So seems like you're judged according to the revelation you've received, and that's why some people might think.
So it's
hey,
your
you're
view. So it would
What?
be your view then. How would a person be judged if it's the case that they never heard the gospel?
You're asking how someone would be judged if they never heard the gospel? That's the point, Andrew. I don't know. I would be inclined to say it's based on the revelation you have.
Would it be
even
based
if
on
it's-
their works or something?
No, natural revelation. How did you respond to natural revelation? So, in other words, someone could understand, even if they've never had any scripture or something like that. Hey, there's a moral law. I've broken it. I'm in need of a savior, and I need something outside of myself. With that said, how would I know, Andrew? You've got some Bible passages that seem to suggest certain things, and you've got me who says, I don't know. I leave that up to God, and I'm kind of fine with that. And you say, no, you have to dogmatically affirm this and this and this and that.
I didn't tell you how to do anything.
I don't have to. Well, you keep.
I literally haven't said you need to affirm anything. I'm just trying to get the totality of your view, and it seems I am just as confused as I always have been about it. I don't actually know what it is that you believe about anything. I'm not even telling you that you need to believe anything. I just think it's interesting that you're about to go into a debate with a guy that you challenged him to a debate on whether or not you should worship icons when you say you're not sure if you should worship icons. But by that time, you're certain that you'll hold the view that you shouldn't. I think that's brilliant. David, that's not bad faith at all, David. It's not bad faith to say I'm not sure that you shouldn't worship icons, but I'm sure that I'll know for sure that you shouldn't by the time we are going to debate about it. Brilliant stuff, bro.
Oh, something like that. There's not going to be any certainty on that issue, but I looks based on the study so far, you follow the trajectory. Looks like I'll reach a threshold where I can say that's wrong.
Gotcha.
It looks good. It's compelling. With that said, I haven't done all the studying. If I study and I conclude, actually, icon veneration is looks okay. Or so it could be that it's
but
right.
You're pretty confident you're not. I mean, right?
Yeah, it's something where if I look into it, all I see are problem.
You weren't
after
sure
problem after
whether
problem.
you should or you shouldn't. You just kind of leaned that way, but you were most definitely willing to take the oppositional view that you shouldn't because you felt like you would be convinced by the time the debate would happen.
If everything I've looked into so far points away from it, then I'm going to say, okay, guess what, Andrew? It's possible 2 months from now I look into it, I go, whoa, I hadn't thought of that. And I'll just say, actually, Jay, we can either change the topic or I can forfeit because I've changed my mind.
All right, bro.
On this.
I'm good.
Good.
We can take well, I don't even care about that. I got to read my own super chats, but I appreciate the conversation, man. I enjoyed it.
All right, man.
All right. You take care of yourself.
Catch you later. All right, guys. So we're in this awkward position again of me being pretty open to the idea that I'm a skeptic by nature. I'm just built that way, guys. I'll say it for the 487,000th time. If you had a big circle and that circle represented everything that can possibly be known, how much of everything that can be known do I know? And it would be a very, very tiny dot. And so when you're saying, what's your position on this? What's your position on that? What's your position on this? If it's not something I've studied, or even if it's something I have studied, but I look like, here's a serious position, here's another serious position, here's another serious position. I might be thinking, okay, that looks like 60% probability, this looks like 30%, this looks like 10%. And so, but that's the way it looks to me now, based on the evidence available to me. Well, how do I know that what I think is probability of 30%, how do I know if I learn more information on that wouldn't be the most probable? Because I don't know what I don't know, and so on. I'm not encouraging other people to be like this. I think you should be somewhat skeptical. Otherwise, you just believe anything. I'm more skeptical than I would advise other people to be. But what can I say? If it's something I absolutely have to take a position on, then okay, I have to take a position on. If it's something Calvinism versus Arminianism, are we completely, are we determined or not determined or something like that? I don't have to make a decision on those. Here are all the Bible verses on this topic. Some people think that the correct doctrine based on these is this. Some people think that the correct doctrine is this. Some people think that the correct doctrine is this. And they've got, each of those has arguments for their positions, and each of them have arguments against other positions. Okay, I can look at that and I can say, okay, that looks like the strongest case. If it's not something where I think I need to make a call on it, I feel completely comfortable going, oh, it looks like that, but I could be wrong based on the information I have. So if I don't have to take a position, I'm not going to take a position. So anyway, that is apparently the great defect that enrages OrthoBros. And it's a weird situation because, hey, what do we got here? Someone needs attention. It's
Hello, David. I'm about to ask you some questions.
Oh, that's cool. It's a weird situation because when they're saying, it sounds like what they say is, it's better to just say, okay, I'm part of this church, and now I'm going to fall in line on all of these issues. This is a completely different situation. But what it reminds me of something in Islam, and I'm guessing human beings are just like this. You have some people who are, oh, the evidence points in that direction, boom, that's my position. And other people, I don't know, man, I'm not going to make a call on this. And then you have people who, I just can't decide any of this, therefore I'm going to relegate all the thinking to some institution or something like that. You guys decide this stuff for me, and I'll go along with what you guys decide. But that's kind of weird because you still have to decide which institution, and you'd still, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird stuff to me. Anyway,
David,
what?
Stop coping.
You stop
got
coping.
destroyed.
He already
You got
proved
destroyed.
that you work for Netanyahu.
You got destroyed. Now stop coping. You're just talking about it, trying to explain things. Just stop coping. You got destroyed.
Hey, who
In a
messaged me?
debate. Hey, I wanted to come on and say a few things here. I know you don't have you don't have to explain yourself because you lost the debate. However, I came up during the debate, surprisingly so. I was watching the whole thing, and then I was very surprised to see that I actually came up as a topic of the discussion, of the debate, of the discussion. So I was very, very, very interestingly waiting to see what exactly it is that I'm supposed to have said. And in the video that he showed, whose audio he couldn't play,
Do you even know what trip that was?
Yes, that was the first trip we went.
That was the first trip? Oh, my goodness. You should have told me that, man. Because I
That
know.
was the first trip. How could I have told you that, David? How could I have told you that? That was the first trip where I did say that I have been invited to Israel by some interesting people. Now, to be very fair, I might have made it sound much more interesting than it actually was, because
As far as I recall, it was, hey, you guys keep talking about this stuff, and you can actually take a tour. You can actually take a tour of the sites. That's the only thing I remember about any officials or something like that. Someone who's connected to defense over there or something like that said, "Hey, if you guys keep talking about this, you can actually take the tour, see all the sites of the attacks, and there are people, there are actually witnesses in the area, and you would actually know what you're talking about." That's as far as I recall.
It was actually much simpler, even. You might not remember, which is completely fair. I was talking about Israel at that time a lot because of October 7. One day I had a phone call with Joseph Cohen from Israel Advocacy Movement. And he was telling me that...
wait. Is that the guy who used to go to Speaker's Corner or something?
Yeah.
That's Speaker's Corner guy? Okay,
That guy.
yeah.
That guy, the nicest person you will ever meet in the world. I was having a conversation with him and was talking about, he talked to me about how he recently went to Israel and took a tour and all that, and visited all the sites. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, nice. I would like to do that too. He said, you can actually do that right now. I can arrange it for you if you want to. I said, how can you arrange it? He said, well, you would have to take care of how you get there and all that, but I can connect you with the right people who can give you a tour to the Gaza envelope, which is the area outside Gaza. You could possibly even go into Gaza, which unfortunately never happened. Apparently,
I remember wanting to do that, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, we're so well connected that we couldn't even go into Gaza.
Hey, you know who did get to go into Gaza? Douglas Murray.
Yes, he did. So what happened is that
he's more important than we are.
What happened is that Joseph Cohen, Israel Advocacy Movement, who is just a regular guy and who moved to Israel after a while, suggested to me that I should go there. So I was like, oh yeah, help me out with that. So he connected me with a few other people. I didn't, however, secure any funding or anything for it. I told you the idea as soon as I heard it. You said, hey, let's go. So we organized a fundraiser. All our funds, all our travel was completely covered by the fundraiser. We went over there. The only people, the important people that I met, I actually met while we were there during that trip. That's where I suddenly started meeting.
Yeah, it wasn't people who invited you. I even remember
Yeah.
that because I wanted to record videos about various sites, and I eventually got some at the Temple Mount and stuff like that. But it was like when we got there, and we went to Jerusalem, where we're going to do everything in Jerusalem, and then like when we get there, you get a message saying, hey, there's an event in Tel Aviv, and we go there, and then, yeah, and I remember it was interesting because some of them knew who you were, and they didn't know who I was, and I thought that was fun. I was actually thinking, my boy AP has arrived. He's more famous than me, and people know him and don't know me. And that's actually pretty darn cool. It reminds me of like, I mean, this is different because you're not my wife, but it's in church, people know me as Marie's husband. They don't know who I mean, there are a few there who know who I am, but most people know me as Marie's husband. And I don't know. I like that. I like being the guy that people don't know. Hey, hang on. Hey, look at this. Dude, no one likes you, man.
Hey, man, I'm the most hated man on the internet, man.
Everyone can't stand you. And every time you call in and I bring you up, everyone whines about it for the next month.
Wait, let me finish my train of thought.
Oh, yeah.
So
quit interrupting AP.
So we were in Israel. I met people only after we arrived there. To this day, this is the funny thing. I was thinking about this recently, but to this day, I have not received a single dollar, a single cent, a single shekel from any Israeli government person at all. At least not as far as I know. The closest thing
that's exactly what we'd expect you to say if you were on Netanyahu's payroll. So can't trust anything you're saying.
And I would have to register it for by the government, and it would actually be transparent. Oh. The closest thing that I did get was not during our trip, which didn't very much go as planned. It was actually a terribly organized trip because I organized it. It was only my second trip, the one that I went to without you. This was actually a fantastic thing. I messaged an organization that receives donations from independent, Jews and Zionists and so on to defend Israel and Israelis. I messaged them through Stefan, who is a very close friend of mine now, from Visegrad 24. I messaged him and I said, hey, I would like to take a trip to Israel. I have plans such as talking to Christians. It is going to be a primarily Christian-focused trip, just so you guys know. But I want to do this because I thought it would be in the interest of kind of restoring the image of Israel due to all the false allegations by Tucker Carlson and so on. So I would like to talk to Christians and get their opinions and feelings about everything, but I want to report on everything, whether positive or negative. Would you guys be able to cover my trip here, my flight? They said, yeah, we can actually. And I was actually surprised. I thought, oh, that's nice. So they covered my flights and my stay there. They didn't even cover half of my expenses that I had there. I still had to go there and spend tons of money out of my own pocket. So that is the closest that I ever got to working with the state of Israel or working to somebody close to the state of Israel. It was working or getting support from donors who support the state of Israel. That's it. And they only supported half my expenses and my travel because I wanted to do something positive about Christians and for Christians, positive or negative. It doesn't really matter. And they never even asked me what I'm going to publish, what I'm going to say, because they don't care. All they care about is you come here and you just represent whatever you see from Israel. That's it. So it is kind of funny that he brought that as evidence. I want to point out, however, one thing is I didn't come here to talk trash about Andrew as much as he liked to talk trash about others. I actually love Andrew. I have met the guy several times. I actually think he's a fantastic guy. He is, however, very much absorbed into the whole online debate atmosphere, which is why he probably won't even take a joke very well if I tell it to him when he's live. He's actually a very good guy in person. I joked to you as well, David, that if you guys actually met in person, you would probably get along very well.
We did meet in person.
He's that way. Oh yeah, you did, but very, very briefly.
Yeah, your debate.
And you did get along very well when you did meet him. It was just for a few minutes or so, but you did get along quite well when you met him. I remember now. But I actually really loved the guy. I fought with him before. I made peace with him before. We talk to this day. I tell him when I really think that he does something that is stupid, that sucks, and he tells me the same thing. During these two discussions that he had with you, I think the first one, he was absolutely terrible. During this one, at the beginning, I thought you were really, really terrible, but then you started regathering it, and then he started getting really, really terrible. For example, when he made the point about how God Logic doesn't do apologetics because he doesn't defend against Orthodox. Like, what the hell?
That was seriously weird to me. There's never been a Christian apologist because there's never been someone who debated all positions or something like that. That's just a weird view of apologetics. I mean, the actual verse. Hey, why do you believe this stuff about Christianity? We all do that. We all answer that. And by the way, that's not a command for apologists. That's a command to all Christians to do apologetics, right? But I mean, that has to be some like mere Christianity level of not that you can't go into much more detail, but if you're telling fishermen, goat herders and so on, hey, always be ready to get. I mean, matter of fact, think about who's saying that. That's Peter. That's a fisherman. That's not the Apostle Paul. That's not someone who had this phenomenal education. And that's a fisherman saying this. If you were to start asking Peter about various theories of this or that, I don't. You might not get terribly sophisticated answers. He's a fisherman. If you ask Peter, hey, why do you believe in this Jesus guy? I guarantee you'd get a slam dunk case. And so the idea that what 1 Peter 3:15 means is you need to be defending against all objections from all positions and be able to have I don't know, that just seems insane to me.
So,
well, let me say this, brother David. Good to see you, AP. But let me say this.
Well met.
You know you're getting us in trouble here just by your presence.
Yeah, I go to a Messianic church. Yeah, I go to a Messianic Jewish congregation, and I hear Jewish.
Do you steer everyone to that as the true church?
No, I do not.
What the heck, man?
Yes, but I go to a Jewish congregation, and I never hear the end of it. It's just crazy. But I love Jews, and that doesn't compromise me as a Christian. It just is what it is. But I just wanted to say that you have two types of Christians. You have Christians that do interdenominational conversations, and then you have Christians that do not. I have interdenominational conversations. If you look at my channel, I have discussions with people on once saved, always saved, predestination, and all these so called secondary issues. That's just the reality. You don't do those things, and that's okay. It doesn't make you any less of a Christian.
Wrong.
Well, you do those.
No, you have to, according to the OrthoBros. And
Oh, I was going to
if
say.
they're the one true church, then we all have to be doing this.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like, there's people that are Protestants that we have these kind of discussions where we disagree, and some people don't have those discussions. It just is what it is. Some people are not interested in that. Some people are interested in doing ministry and having conversations with Muslims to introduce them to Jesus Christ. And that's what you do, and there's nothing wrong with that. In this particular case, you took up on a new challenge with the icon veneration because you were challenged. You took on this new project. Again, there's nothing wrong with reading up on a topic and then debating that topic. There's just nothing wrong with it. Even if you were to say, hey, I kind of lean to this position, I think it might be true, but for the sake of argument, let me.
I agreed to debate that one as opposed
Mhm.
to some others because that one I'm like I at least know I at least have an idea of my arguments and positions. There are other positions on that, the Eucharist or something like that. I mean, I don't know.
And you don't have
You
to.
guys may be right. I don't know what in the world.
Yeah, and you don't have to. You're not forced to
They
have to
say you
debate,
have to, or there's something wrong with you.
and that's on them.
Hey,
But AP
hey,
doesn't.
hey. Let me give another example, just because there's.
Mhm.
It's like certain people think in certain ways and other people think in different ways. And then when you're trying to explain, hey, I think in a different way, it's like, what do you mean? You have to think like this. And um, if my position might not even, if I were to like call my position something, sometimes I say, Protestant by default or something like that, but it wouldn't even be like mere Christian. It would be like skeptical Christian, which I would not encourage other people to be. It's just, this is how I am. But it's like, so I did my doctoral dissertation on a particular version of the problem of evil. So the problem of evil, in a nutshell, is if an all-knowing, all-powerful. By the way, I do believe God is all-knowing and all-powerful. No, it's just but if an all-knowing, all-powerful, perfectly good being exists, why do we have the kinds and varieties of evil, especially evil that looks pointless? There could be like I put my hand on a stove and I burn it. Okay, that's natural evil. It's not moral evil, it's natural evil. Natural evil is just like it's something bad, right? So the pain is bad. It's bad that someone has experienced pain, but there's an obvious good reason for it. It helped me get my hand off the flame and therefore protected me. So there are various things that are bad states of affairs, but there's an obvious good reason for it. There are other situations where you look at it and you go, why? Why would that happen? Why would God allow that? And so on. Now, so that's the problem of evil. You have tons of different responses to the problem of evil. And you can point to all kinds of things that people would say, this is the reason for that happening. The reason God allowed this guy to, the reason God allowed, these Pakistani Muslims to do this to all these young British girls was because God wants us to have free will and to make our own decisions. And therefore he allows us the freedom to do things. And if these bad things happen, it's because, one, people misuse their freedom, and other people who are supposed to intervene didn't intervene. And so it's on us. So there are people who say that's why God allowed that sort of thing. Me, I don't know why God allowed. I don't know why God allowed that. Right? I don't.
Yeah, and
I can look at that and I say, okay, that may be the case. You have all kinds of explanations of things. You have soul building theodicies where God gives us freedom and allows horrible things to happen because that's how we develop virtue. In other words, you're never going to develop courage unless you're facing danger. It's not going to happen. You're never going to be generous or compassionate unless bad things are happening and you're seeing them and so on. So you're not going to be generous unless there's someone in need. You're not going to be compassionate towards someone unless someone else is suffering. So there are certain good states of affairs or virtues that you only have if there's bad things going on. So you'll have people say, this is why God is allowing this. Well, guess what? You have dozens of theodicies. You have a position that's called skeptical theism, which goes something like this. And the example I used in like maybe my first or second debate ever was against an atheist. This had actually just happened, but I took my son, who was like a year old, to the pediatrician. The pediatrician said he needs 4 shots, right? And so he says, hold your son down so he's not flipping around while I'm trying to get the needle in him and stuff like this. And he got that first needle in, my son starts flipping out and stuff like this. And I'm holding him down while this guy repeatedly jabs him with needles and causes him pain. Guess what? He doesn't understand any of the reasons. He has no clue what the reasons are. He just knows there's pain. But guess what? He knows his own dad is sitting there holding him down while someone stabs him with a needle. If he were able to try to, to explain things or something like that without being able to comprehend our reasons, the conclusion he would draw is my dad hates me or something like that. That's it. That's what you would conclude with the mind of a 1-year-old if you could actually formulate an argument. My dad is holding me down while someone stabs me. That's evil. My dad hates me. What you would hope that your son, who again, he doesn't understand vaccines and all that stuff. He doesn't understand these kinds of things. What you would hope he would understand, if he could, using the little bit of understanding he has, you would hope he would think, I have no clue why my dad is doing this, but I know my dad loves me, so I'm gonna trust him through this pain. So skeptical theism is basically the idea that us trying to understand God is like a worm trying to understand a man. Yes, God can inform us of certain things because we're created in God's image. We have way more understanding than other things in this world. So we can understand things and God can communicate things to us. But at the end of the day, God knows everything and we know a tiny fraction of that. So the position of skeptical theism is, if I look and I see various kinds of human and animal suffering and some of it looks pointless and so on, if God has reasons for that, why would I think that I'm going to be aware of all of God's reasons? What possible basis could I have as a human being for thinking whatever God's reasons are, I can figure them out? The answer is nothing. There is no reason to think that. There's no reason to think that if God, whatever God's reasons are, you're going to be aware of them. There's no reason. So skeptical theism is the position, hey, I believe in God, but as far as me saying this is the correct answer on why God allows suffering or something like that, I don't know. God could have all kinds of reasons that I have no access to. So that's skeptical, but that's kind of how I am with all kinds of other things. It's just, I don't know. What are you talking about? I see some evidence there, but I don't know. You figure it out. When you have a clear, awesome case, like if someone said, "Hey, I know exactly why God allowed that, and I can prove it." Well, great. Then tell me, and then I'll know. Until then, I can have certain ideas and I can think certain things, but I don't know. It's the way I'm wired. I'm like, I'm not making a call and I'm not saying this is the answer. Because I don't have to. I don't have to say this is the correct answer and that's the incorrect answer. Don't have to do it.
Good for you, David. I have a question for you. So let's say,
is my cousin going to hell? Yes or no?
So you are, when is your debate? When is your debate supposed to happen with Jay Dyer?
October.
October. So that's still quite a few years away. Let's say during that time, while you are preparing for your debate with Jay Dyer, I found one thing funny, which was that the fact that you are going to have a debate with Jay Dyer was being presented as you definitely arguing the position that you agreed to argue, and being completely confident on it, and not being willing or not even allowing for the possibility that you could, be swayed from that perspective. That is the opposite of what a debate is supposed to actually, theoretically, traditionally, or ideally
Oh,
be.
hang on, hang
You
on. So
could
you're
be,
pointing
you
out
could be
that
swayed.
based on what Andrew's saying, that a person who agrees to debate a topic should be like completely convinced by it and have no doubt and no possibility of convincing him otherwise. And you're saying, well, if you're debating someone, why wouldn't you be at least somewhat open to the idea that he's going to show you you're wrong or something? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
I think it should be. I think it should be a completely normal and, in fact, ideal thing if there wasn't, of course, the giant big factor of the ego that is always there when you are doing online debates or public debates. I think it should be a completely normal thing that you can be exposed to different ideas before the debate or during the debate or even after the debate, and then change your position on the matter that you are arguing. That should be a completely normal thing. In an ideal world, I know it's very difficult to do, and I'm kind of a hypocrite for saying that. However, I would say so. But my question is this: if during this whole time, this period, as you're preparing yourself for the debate
Mm-hmm.
on icons with Jay Dyer, if you during this time you have your studies and your discussions, and you come to the conclusion, hang on, I actually don't agree that icons are, or that icon veneration is a bad thing. I think it's perfectly fine to do.
Mm-hmm.
Would you, as a result of that, still have the debate with Jay Dyer to explore this, or for any other reason, for example?
Yeah, there would be a couple of possibilities there, and I would most likely message him if something like, I don't think that's going to arise because I see some serious problems here, AP. But if something like that,
Yeah, I think that's a bunch of nonsense. But anyway, continue.
so if something like that were to arise, in other words, guys, so right now I think, okay, here are the problems I see with icon veneration. If for some reason over the next like 2 months I start realizing, actually, I don't know, it's kind of a coin flip type issue, I would probably message Jay and say, okay, I'm not seriously confident enough to seriously say this is an incorrect position. So, would you like to change the topic to another, or I can forfeit, or I can just, and this is what I think what the direction you're going in, or I can explain at the very beginning of the debate, guys, I'm acknowledging I could be wrong about this, and I'm doing this because I want to hear his answers and how he would respond to these objections that I see. And no, I mean, dude, we used to in back this is undergrad in philosophy. We used to have a meeting called Philosophy Slam. Philosophy Slam. That's where you go in there and it was just like no holds barred, arguing over things. But we used to do something fun. We would sometimes we every like 12 or 13 minutes or something like that, I had a stopwatch and I'd say every 12 or 13 minutes you have to argue the opposite of what you're arguing, right, of your position. So, as a matter of fact, Mike Lacona came in there one time and he gave a presentation on the resurrection. So he gave a presentation on evidence for the resurrection, and then people started arguing against it. And then I said, okay, 12 minutes. Now you have to argue the opposite position. There was a Jewish girl there named Rachel, and she started arguing for Jesus' resurrection. And Mike Lacona started arguing against Jesus' resurrection and so on. And it was just, I don't know, it was a cool time. And it was a good opportunity for people to learn, get a better grasp of arguments for and against. It's I guess that's similar to steel manning now, but yeah, we used to do it. We used to do it kind of as an intellectual exercise. But yes, I believe you can debate a position. You can even debate a position. You can even argue for a position as an intellectual exercise that you don't actually hold, or that you think is wrong. With that said, I kind of wouldn't want to argue against a Christian position that I think there's a good shot of it being true.
Wait,
Unless I just clarified, I said, okay, I'm just so everyone knows, I'm debating this, but it's for everyone's edification, and I acknowledge I could just totally be wrong about this.
so do you grant the possibility that that icon veneration might be a completely good and acceptable practice within Christianity?
The possibility, yes, it would have to
Yeah.
be. It would have to be like logically impossible or some other variety of impossible for me to say there's no possibility. But it doesn't look very.
So you're saying
plausible.
the evidence it looks like the evidence points toward it not being right, or not being
It's not looking
well,
good, AP. It's not looking good.
okay, but there is a chance that it might be just fine, or is your problem more with the position that it should be done rather than it may be done? Which one do you rather have a position?
That's another.
Have a problem?
That's another position. So if it's the Orthodox position on icon veneration, they say you have to, and so that's an additional position. So you've got, is it a correct thing to do? And then even if it is a correct thing to do, is it something that you have to do? Those are multiple issues there. So in other words, you could say, hey, I think it's fine, but as long as you don't insist that people have to do it, that could be a position that someone would have. Or you say, no, you're not supposed to be doing that. It's something you carved, or someone else carved it, and it's a lifeless thing. And here you are venerating it when it's lower than you. It's a lower thing than you. What are you doing?
I see. Okay, so there's always a chance that things might change. We'll see. We'll have some
Yeah,
conversations.
you've got a couple months, buddy.
And meanwhile, we will just shut out people like JP completely from the conversation and just talk to each other.
Yeah, it's very rude. This guy
and
shows
figure out the
up.
situation.
No, this is
Try-
interesting. This is interesting.
You know it's weird because I mentioned again, just different people have different ways of thinking, but you've got like the black and white thinking and stuff like that, and then you've got the tons of things are black, white, and then just tons of gray in the middle. But the gray is like probabilities of various things and so on. Skeptical people can usually kind of understand people disagreeing with them and being more dogmatic about things because they're thinking, okay, well, I understand that not everyone thinks like this and so on. Whereas like the black and white things, like, how are you not thinking like this? What is wrong with you? I don't know. It's weird.
I was supposed to have a conversation yesterday with a very good Orthodox dude that I have been talking to. Didn't work out. I think I'm going to do that on Thursday. So I might just be posing this whole thing there as well. And I think you could even join at some point. And
What is that?
this guy, OrthoChat, who has a podcast named OrthoChat, it's an old one. It's like before the whole OrthoBro waves and stuff.
The good old days.
Yeah, the good old ones. So we're going to have a conversation where I will ask all my questions about Orthodoxy as well to see
You're Orthodox, dude.
to see where I find myself. Well, I'm a catechumen. I'm
You're
still not
catechumen.
baptized. So maybe they will never accept me. I don't know.
AP, would you consider making a move to Catholicism or Protestantism if you don't feel too convinced with Eastern Orthodoxy?
If I'm ever convinced that, I always consider it. I would always consider.
Hey,
I would always keep open the possibility. At this point, however, I think where I lean toward, which is also why I want to have a
you
conversation.
can't just lean towards it. You have to say everyone is wrong except you.
I at the moment lean towards Orthodoxy, Orthodox Christianity being the most correct way of being a
Most
Christian.
correct. Only correct.
That's the problem.
Right.
See, they would expect me to say the only correct one.
And that's the
I'm
thing.
currently
Someone
leaning
would
towards the
insist that
most
you have to
correct
say
one.
like that, right? Hey, by the way,
Yeah,
by
but
the way, when JP, when you asked AP, I was thinking AP's track record shows that he will change his position if he thinks his position is wrong, right? So he goes
yeah,
from Muslim to atheist to agnostic to Orthodox Christian and so on. And I had kind of one like big change from atheist to Christian, but even after I became a Christian, I just tons of things I just changed my position on multiple times. There are certain things where I've held every position. So on young Earth creation, old Earth creation, theistic evolution. Okay, I've held all of those positions at some point. Hell, I've held most positions on and so on. And I just get to the point where is this what's important to me, being right on this issue? Or am I going to say, okay, I've changed my position multiple times. Why? Because I just learn over time. I don't know enough about various topics, and maybe I shouldn't be adopting positions and so on. But it was always kind of weird because again, I'm skeptical by nature. But it would be like, I'm supposed. It's almost like Andrew's thing. Like I'm supposed to take a position on this. I need to, and then it's just like, no, actually, I don't. There are certain things I absolutely have to take a position on. I take a position on those. There are other things where I can sit there and say, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, I'm still open to the possibility of being changed and of learning more and of thinking, okay, you know what, I firmly affirm that this is the only way, that this is the only true church, and this is the way things are. Even then, I have been having conversations with monks, with priests, with preachers, with others over this whole thing again and again and again, and I'm repeatedly presented with the position. Just recently, I brought this up to the first priest that I went to, and whose parish I went to for months, and I said to him, I cannot ever firmly say that that non-Orthodox Christians are rejected or that there is no salvation for them. I can affirm the dogma of there is no salvation outside the church, but I could never ever, with peace in my heart, say that those who are outside the Orthodox Church are not saved, or that they are wrong, or that they are not following God, that they're not following Christ. I know the way they are. I have been among them. I know the way they dedicate themselves. I do not see how you can possibly put their dedication and their devotion outside what the Bible depicts as somebody who follows Jesus, who follows Christ. And the response that I got was generally, well, I agree with you. So this is the response that I get from a priest in the Orthodox Church, that I should not say that there is no salvation for those outside the Orthodox Church, that I should not say that they are not Christians, that I should not say that they are not following Christ. I get then just recently it was delivered to me. You might remember during a conversation with Father Peter Heers, he kept bringing up a certain saint within the Orthodox Church who is Saint Paisios, and to current contemporary Orthodox Christians, he's a very, very important saint. He's very recent, but he's made a huge impact. He actually had an encounter with. This was recently told to me, and then I had to go and check if this is true. So somebody who is Orthodox comes to him and tells him about all these crazy things that people around the world believe in the name of Christianity, and that person goes to the very, very loved Saint Paisios, and he tells him about the Pentecostals, or Pentecostal Christians. And he says to him, there are some people in American churches who speak in tongues, who make noises, who jump up and down, and all that. And the response by Saint Paisios to that is, well, looks like the Holy Spirit speaks to them on their level. That's it. You hear this from a very, very beloved saint within the Orthodox Church. But then you have these very aggressive people telling you, no, you shouldn't even call those people Christians. And there is such a great struggle to figure out right now during this whole debacle of what the church actually says and what the church actually teaches and what people want you to think the church teaches or what people say the church teaches. So I think it's much more complicated. I think it's much more nuanced. I would never ever consider it possible for myself to accept such a position where I say only those who literally go to the Eastern Orthodox Church are within salvation or in a path of salvation, and all others aren't. If somebody said I have to accept it, I would say, well, I'm out of here. That is my position at the moment. But I don't see any reason why I shouldn't be going to this church. I think that I would have much more to say to justify that. But I think this is currently my standing and my situation and my position within the church. Black Angel, funny enough, said AP so badly wants to become a Catholic. I did so badly want to become a Catholic, actually, which is why the Catholic Church is the one that I researched the most out of all, and I kind of
I
can't
remember when
find
AP was like, should I be a Jew or a Catholic or an Orthodox?
I don't. It's the one that I researched the most, and I just can't make peace with the developments of the Roman Catholic Church over the last 1,000 years. But let's not start a whole can of worms here, or open a can of worms here. But yeah, so
did you say start
that's
a
the
can of
situation.
worms?
Yes.
Let's not cook a can of worms.
So that's the current situation. But yeah, man, let's see what happens. I find it nice that at least, despite all the stupid, nasty fighting, Andrew ended the conversation with, "Hey, I really enjoyed this. That was good." So let's see where this goes. And maybe in 2 months, David will be an OrthoBro. He'll be like, you all have to submit to Russia, you gay people. Yeah.
That's what's weird. It's like I can't even imagine taking
You're gay
the
tard.
kinds of positions that it's like demanded that no, you have to take this position, that position. Like maybe on one thing or something or you could easily prove me wrong on certain things. You could get me to reject. You might be able to get me to reject a position, but that is like affirming as the true and only position on something that I don't regard as like essential or something like that. I don't know. It's kind of rough stuff. Yeah, weird stuff, man. AP.
Well, anyway, I'm out.
Hmm?
I'm out, unless you have important questions for me while I'm here.
I'm just going to check out some super chats of people attacking me, man.
I've been attacked so much since.
You? Come on, when? Hey, look at this. D. Wood poisoning the well and doing a week. Guys, I just kind of randomly started just a little back because there's they go way back during the debate. I was trying to catch it where it looks like towards the end or something like that. D. Wood poisoning the well and doing a weak caricature of what? You have a cartoon view of the Cold War. When? And our domestic deep state. What are you talking about? What did that have to do with anything? They are an undeniable anti-Christian deep state we fight these wars for, regardless of Russia leveraging our internal debate. So it's bad, right? Why are these guys saying they're not critical of the West or whatever they said? Andrew making converts like Matthew 23:15. Ouch. That's Jesus talking to the scribes and Pharisees. You travel over land and sea to make a convert. When you get one, you make him twice as much of son of hell as you. David, you're a little traitor dumpster of a soul. Let's see. Why do you guys engage with this degenerate posing as a Christian? Who are you talking about, me or him? Talk about grifting. He does this for clicks and money. He's like Sam Shamoon without the knowledge. It's weird that people will be harsh towards like people respond to Andrew and it'll be an insult. People respond to me, it'll be an insult. Like pretty rough ones too. Last day of Pride Month. Get your XX pastors in to defend you. David, you claim our debate against your views is an op means we can question what those views are and if they would necessitate being debated. What? You guys know what this is saying? Our debate against your views is an op means we can question what those views are and if they would necessitate being debated. I don't know what you're saying, dude.
It's a riddle.
Question, is it American to support U.S. allies? Example, Israel, not Russia.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on the situation.
Listen, I go to an Israeli church, so no comment.
The best
I would
eschatology.
say, I know right now it's kind of right now it's not popular for many people to support Israel. I absolutely do support Israel, and I also think that it's a traditional and proper American thing to do to support Israel. And there is no other nation that has more consistently aligned itself and supported and stayed together with America than the state of Israel. And I'm not saying this for any religious purposes
You're getting
at all.
paid to say it. That's why you're saying it. Netanyahu
I mean,
slipped a 50 shekel bill in your pocket.
it's kind of funny, even if I was, so what? It's not like Israel has any agenda to damage or harm or overthrow or destabilize the American society. On the contrary, they love America, and they have been our most consistent and most reliable ally.
Hey,
It is
yo,
it is one of the most
OrthoBros,
American
clip
things to do
this.
to
Here's
support
your
Israel.
proof that he's getting
I
paid.
support Israel.
Clip that.
I support Israel, not for religious reasons, just because I want to support it and because it's an American thing to support Israel. That's it.
Yeah, hey, that's a weird situation. Like, even if you said, is it American to support U.S. allies? Like, depends on the situation. Some stuff, there'd be situations where I'd be like, deal with this yourself, man. There's other situations where, we got your back. Kind of depends on the situation, man. The best eschatology.
Here and there, show me any other nation that was as loyal to America as Israel.
Mexico. The best eschatology agree 100% Jesus wins. No, you have to pick a specific view. I'm starting to think that wood is a Russian shill. Prove it. Where's your proof? It is enough to suddenly and vehemently promote small-minded provincialism to be destabilizing. The timing of the outburst, parochialism, is suspect. He wants a clip. Oh, of course he does. And that's fair. As a lawyer, Andrew's black and white mind is so suffocating. Yeah, that's kind of an issue. It's like, we understand that we tend to think in probabilities on most issues, so I don't know. Question for David. Is Mary the mother of God? Well, in what sense?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes or no? If she is the mother of God, then who created Mary? Because God wasn't born yet.
This is the funny thing.
Understood correctly, yes. I just don't want to go. I don't want to go saying it because that is something very easy to misunderstand, and I see it every single day from Muslims going,
Jesus is Mary's the mother of God. Who created Mary?
and I don't even respond. And I just go, "Are you really this stupid?" And they go, "Why can't you answer?"
I do have a problem with that stance, David. I think if there's potential for people to misunderstand it, then I feel even more.
No.
willing to
Not
say
if there's potential to misunderstand. More along the lines of, if you don't need to run around saying something that is likely to be good chance to be misunderstood, and you can say something clearer that won't be misunderstood, then I would just prefer the clear thing than the thing that's likely to be misunderstood.
Well, I think this is one of the things where people like Andrew Wilson, not entirely wrongfully, expect a direct answer on the question because it is something that is directly affirmed in the councils. But then when they expect something like that from you, it's because they have that way of approaching the matter that they expect you to give a very, very clear answer to the question, whereas you don't really have that same basis of judging. To me, it would be, at this point, I wouldn't want to sit down and be an apologist for any church position or anything at all, but it would be the least I can do to affirm the basic, foundational teachings that the councils have established, for example, which are very clear on that matter, that she is the Theotokos, and this is what we affirm, and there is no question or anything about it. But again, it's just one of those issues where you have a different way of approaching the matter, whereas for the Orthodox, for example, there is a very clear-cut way of approaching it. Yes or no, that's it.
Yeah.
Hey,
and,
were you aware that Jay Dyer interviewed Alexander Dugin?
what?
Dude,
Yeah, just so you know, AP, I understand that this is a kind of a starting point. I'm sure all kinds like I haven't even listened to apart from stuff that we listen to during live streams. I can't think of anything I've ever listened to from Jay Dyer. So
Dude,
so
this should
there's
be a
all
very
kinds so
important
I
thing to look into.
understand I understand there's all kinds of stuff. But yeah, Alexander Dugan, that is pretty relevant there, man.
This is funny. In the description,
We,
it
we've
says,
got the connection, man.
it says
That's the
note.
case cracker.
It says note. I do not affirm all of Professor Dugan's views. Jay Dyer. He has to point that out because he's aware of how messed up Professor Dugan's views are.
It's pretty rough. But don't worry, guys. We got plenty of times for these connections. And can
Dang.
always revisit this with Jay here in the future. Protestant here, according to Deuteronomy 12:1 and literally every book of the law, if Israel doesn't obey all commands and ordinances instituted by God, then they won't keep the land of Israel, just saying.
Cool.
Andrew's never had the humility to question himself. Yes or no, D Wood, be honest. Oh, wait, you're not. That's the other thing. It's Andrew clearly, I mean, at the beginning of that little discussion, he clearly thinks if I don't say, this is the true position, he thinks I'm like being deceptive or something like that and not just being honest that I don't just take positions on certain issues. Don't you know God breathed the scripture vaguely with stuff left out on purpose so nobody would be able to understand it except 0.001% of the people? Bring these questions to Sam Shamoon, Andrew. Yeah, those two are made for each other. Good theories, but insufficient evidence from both. Oh, insufficient evidence depending on how much evidence you demand. If you don't demand a lot of evidence and you just say, hey, here's what this doesn't look right to me, therefore I can accuse someone of something, then pretty slam dunk. Are you all-knowing, David? If you aren't all-knowing, you're a grifter in Andrew world. That's true. Is Jay Dyer Andrew's baby daddy, or is it the other way around? Don't know. I think Andrew Wilson should change his name to Wilkos, no relation to Steve. Andrew Wilson is so dishonest. I've seen Messianic Jews evangelizing in Israel, and basically zero Jews knew much of anything about Jesus beyond just the name. Yeah, so he seems to think if you say, hey, there are Christians evangelizing in Israel, then everyone in Israel just really understands the gospel. And I interviewed a Messianic Jew in Israel who's been there 20 years. And he said the most common answer, the most common response he gives when he shares the gospel with a Jew in Israel is like interested, like, what? You believe in Jesus? You believe in Jesus? What? Why? And he says they're actually interested in like what his reasons are. But how you get from that to therefore everyone there knows the gospel or something like that. I mean, guys, think about America. I mean, Andrew even said, what about, think about America. I mean, you have tons of Christians, majority of the population, tons of Christian evangelists, street preachers and stuff like that. How many people really know the gospel? Not nearly enough. I'm just joining now, watching from beginning. As usual, every word out of Andrew's mouth drips with militant autism. Militant autism. You hold no position but ecumenism and neoliberal interventionism, but wonder why do these guys keep telling me all these things that I don't even say? But wonder why we would question that beyond Putin tricked us while the churches collapse into leftism and mega church slop or neoconservative Zion. Oh my goodness, guys.
You sound like an average Twitter
OrthoBros.
account without profile picture, but you happen to have a profile picture. So I wonder if it's actually you.
Andrew Wilson is turning me away from ever considering Eastern Orthodoxy. Whoever hasn't the Son does not have the Father. Yeah, I posted that earlier in response to Muslims saying, we believe in the God of Jesus. Yes or no, D. Wood? It's not hard. What?
Yes or no?
Okay, perfect. Every Protestant is heretic. I'll pick the one true churcha, 500-year-old version of the church. Nah, I'll take the 2,000-year-old church that practices Christianity in the correct way when you study church history. That's another kind of issue I think AP would. I think this is along AP. It's kind of connected to what AP was saying people outside this church aren't Christians or something like that. It's a bit much.
Oh, I thought you were talking about intellectual disability because of the way this was typed.
No. I'm thinking like you've got a bunch of churches that all broke apart from each other over time, and you've got a bunch of churches saying they're the correct one or they're the true church or something like that. And it's like, okay, so if I want to follow Jesus, I have to follow the true church, but there's a bunch of churches claiming to be the true church. So what do I have to do? You have to know the history and all. And so in order to even become a Christian, I have to study all of church history and all the arguments and all the councils and all the schisms. And I have to be able to figure that out and understand all of that and get the correct answers on all of the issues to decide this is the true church. And that's how you become a Christian, and you're not a Christian unless you get all that right.
Not only that, David, but the church fathers and church history is debated amongst Christians. So then what's to say you study church history and come to the conclusion that they came to? So,
Yeah, I mean, Jesus said, take his yoke upon you. His burden is light. It doesn't sound like, hey, you want to become a Christian, you have to, get multiple PhDs in church history and then make sure you answer correctly, because guess what? People with PhDs in church history still come to different conclusions about things. So you just better be right. Or it's also the issue. It's like, okay, so it's me evaluating history and concluding in each one of these councils, these guys made the correct decision based on what? I don't know, man.
It goes both ways, though. My problem is it goes both ways, especially with people who have a problem with the existence or the people being part of the Orthodox Church, or people being Catholic, or with Catholics who have the same position about the Protestants or the Orthodox, or with Orthodox who have the same position about the others, and so on. I think it goes in many different ways. If a person, an average person who is Greek or lives in Greece, has a regular practice of just going to the Orthodox Church, to them this is not a choice of some weirdo who just who could go to all those Protestant churches, but who somehow, due to an online trend, happens to end up in an Orthodox church. This person just goes to an Orthodox church because that's what the church is, and what the church has been in their culture for 2,000 years nearly. So why would you require of that person to somehow go against the flow and leave his church and necessarily and urgently become a Protestant or a Catholic? Why would you demand such a thing from an Italian? Why would you demand such a thing from a Russian? Why would you demand Americans to leave Protestantism behind and become part of the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church? This is my main problem, and I know I'm supposed to have a firm position here, and I can say that I'm happy to affirm certain positions of truthfulness, or maybe of exclusive truthfulness or exclusive safety and security within the Eastern Orthodox Church. It's difficult for me, however, to say that it is absolutely necessary for Protestants to become Orthodox or for Catholics to become Orthodox. And I would say it should also be absurd and outlandish for Protestants to say that Orthodox must become Protestant or must leave Orthodoxy, or that Catholics must leave the Catholic Church. This is the one position that I think I see no way that I could possibly move away from, which is I cannot possibly ever say that people from this church or from this tradition have to leave and join this other tradition. It's just, or else they are condemned, or whatever it is. Especially when it comes to, or else they are condemned, or else no salvation, and so on. I just don't see that. I think it's a ridiculous position to hold.
Hey, check this out. David Spears says, "You're so embarrassing, David. Ignorant." Yeah.
Well, so is your mom, David Spears.
I'm just aware of my ignorance and I acknowledge it. Right. Other people don't realize they're ignorant and they jump into things and don't actually know what they're doing. Andrew should stick to debating OnlyFans girls on the whatever podcast. Fargor, this is how you debate Muslims. No wonder they have no clue what church to go to. What? What do you mean? This is how I debate Muslims?
They could go to Radar's church, the Messianic Jewish church, if they, need a church.
Yeah, go to Radar's church, man. No, I mean, notice the problem here. I mean, I don't even understand how you don't see it here, right? Like, I've been making videos for a long time now. I get messages from people around the world saying they left Islam and they become Christian. What do I tell them? Do you tell them go to an Eastern Orthodox church? Do you insist they go to an Eastern Orthodox church? You know, some people, there's no Eastern Orthodox church anywhere near them. And so what? They are just stuck? How's that work? How's that work? So, no, what I tell people is, hey, start reading your Bible and go to church and make sure your church lines up with the Bible. And if it doesn't, go to a different church. That's what I tell them. Oh, you're saying use your human reason. How would you decide to go to what church to go to if you weren't using your human reason? How would you decide that? How's that work? You have to use your brain. You have to use your brain at some point, guys. This idea that, no, every person in the world, you have to tell them to go to a specific church. Like, guys, just imagine I said, go to a non-denominational Protestant church. There are people in the world where there's no non-denominational Protestant churches don't even exist around them. So, weird stuff. David, you're a much better human being than Andrew. No, he's strong. D. Wood, for the love of God, don't ever do an unstructured and unmoderated debate with this guy again. Your styles are jarring and it doesn't go anywhere. Oh, I know.
It is very painful to listen, but it's also kind of entertaining. I laughed a lot while listening. It might not be obvious to you, but there were lots of funny moments.
Hail Putin! Andrew is an arrogant, rage-baiting fool who thinks we should cast judgment on who goes to hell and heaven, which is something only God can decide. Seen some messages about D. Wood needing to stick to Muslims. He was. Yeah, I was trying to stick to that. I was told I'm not allowed, so I have to go over here. And now, probably later this week, I'll make a video titled something like the KGB spy who became head of the Russian Orthodox Church. Did I ever want to talk about that? No. But you guys got me looking into stuff, and it's pretty creepy sometimes. Andrew's wrong about this. The average Jew thinks the gospel is a manual on how to persecute Jews. Their rabbis inoculate them against the gospel. Yeah, guys, that's an interesting category. That's why I sometimes wonder. So there's very common to talk about what about the unevangelized? Like, what about people who've never heard of Jesus, never heard of the gospel? They're in a part of the world, they've never heard any of this. How does God judge them? That's a question. But you also have the pseudo-evangelized, right? And so the example that's usually given here, imagine a person who was taken on a slave ship from Africa in a place where he never heard the gospel, but he's brought to America, sold to someone who lashes him every day but tells him, hey, you need to believe in Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, and lashes him, and then the guy dies. Well, he's heard the gospel. But it's kind of like, did he really hear the gospel? Like, that's the situation. Like, that's the only encounter he has with the gospel is from a guy who buys him as a slave and lashes him and gets off on it or something like that. So that would be like the pseudo-evangelize. What if people have heard of Jesus? They heard that Christians talk about Jesus dying for your sins, but they also hear that it's a manual for persecuting Jews and killing your group and stuff like that. So they've technically heard Jesus died on the cross for sins and stuff like that, Do they have an accurate guys? There are people who will say, "No, this is what happens." I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I trust God. I trust God in those situations that God is just and God knows what He's doing. Andrew is performative and immature. No fruits. Calling bad faith on David for demanding a debate with a guy who calling bad faith on David for demanding a debate with a guy who demanded a debate and then retired before the debates could begin. Andrew is biased. No, I think you
Damn,
mean
dude.
based. What?
Pause, man. This is messed up.
What?
You should have really looked into this.
What?
I'm listening and reading the transcript of the interview between Jay Dyer and Alexander Duke.
AP.
Wait, hold on.
Hang on.
Pause.
No, 1 second. Just 1 second, dude. Just one. I don't know
Yes.
what you're thinking I'm doing here. I'm going to toss out some stuff. I'm going to get some feedback, and I'm going to look a little deeper, and then I'm going to see where things actually lead. That's how it goes. You're saying what as soon as you started looking into it?
This was, 2025? This was just like 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read to you now a part of the dialogue that they are having. I think Jean Baudrillard, a French philosopher, has seen very deeply in his little book concerning his journey, his travels through America, that it is a kind of anti-civilization. It is a kind of satanic society where the Satanism is more religiously pure and innocent than positive moral maturity that is profoundly satanic. So in this world, the world that is completely opposite to the normal world, religion became something completely pure simulacrum that is worse than Satanism. For example, consider your pastor dollar, and so on and so on and so forth. This is Dugan speaking. Now, Jay Dyer comes in. He agrees and says, I think that in my view, America is not just a spiritual problem, but it's also a kind of ideology. I believe America itself is the new world order, so to speak. And then goes on thrashing America together with this Alexander Dugan. He calls America a profoundly satanic society and basically an enemy and part of the new world order that somehow, as people still believe in somehow in the year 2026. And Jay Dyer agrees with him. This is just December 2025.
No, wasn't Andrew wondering where I got the idea that it wasn't from that? I'd never seen that. I didn't know that existed.
This is messed up.
What? AP. You got to give things time, man. Got to give things time. Hey, it's this guy again. Why is there a false either or that you must be pro-interventionism and Israel or be pro-Russia and Islam? Why can you not state the deep state and its interventionist apparatus and cash costs are greater domestic threats?
Dude, shut up, man.
Yeah, shut up, dude. Shocked that Andrew Wilson didn't realize...
Seriously, previous commenter, look... Dude, should I... I shouldn't be so unkind. In your mind, you think that you are highly intelligent. In your mind, you think, oh, I'm thinking outside the box. I'm seeing all these patterns, all these things that other people don't see. Look, other people don't see these things, but I can clearly see. I can clearly see that there is this deep state, and there are these things going on, these strings being pulled, and pedophiles colluding. And all these things going on. And I know that the government is full of pedophiles. I don't have a single proof of any one of them, of a single one of them. But that is only because they're all colluding and hiding it. That is why I know they're all pedophiles, although I have no proof for any single one of them. But I am very intelligent. Nobody else is intelligent, but I am very intelligent, just like Jay Dyer. I know it all. Look, this might be the way you function. You are not intelligent. You're not enlightened. You're not seeing things that people are not seeing. You are obsessing over things that do not exist. Stop being retarded.
Shocked that Andrew Wilson didn't realize that David was paralleling the OrthoBros, calling God Logic a grifter with the Jay Dyer Russian PSYOP theory. Yeah, I know. I've only been saying it all along. And guess what, guys? It's not going away. I'm going to keep doing it. All hail our savior, Putin. David, did you look into John Kiriakou and the Dyer connection? No. I know he was interviewed multiple times by John Kiriakou. But no, guys, not yet. We'll see. Just tuned in. Why does Andrew look so Turkish? I know. Looks like a dumb Turk. Aren't you Barzell Media Foreign Influencer Agency? Yes, I am Barzell Media.
Wait a minute. You are the agency? I had no idea, man. What the?
I'm an agency. Right, the KGB would have people in the U.S. screaming, "Down with America! We need to give all our cash to Russia." That's pretty out there, even for you, Andrew. Don't act like David is being the dumb one. Oh, so he's pointing out, like, yeah, if you were really being paid by Russia, you'd be out here in the streets calling for the destruction of America. No, I think you'd be a little smarter than that. Missed what's his face? How much did he treat it like a game? Oh, yeah, you can just watch his opening statement to figure that one out. AP and Andrew Wilson are both Orthodox grifters for the Israeli-Russian alliance. Don't fall for it, D. Wood. AP and Andrew Wilson. I'm on to you both.
Yes.
Hey,
We're
David,
playing both
Sig seems to want to join us. Sig could jump in, man. I love Sig. Hey, Sig.
Dude, Sig is an OrthoBro now, don't you know?
Nah, Sig is cool. I had a
No,
conversation.
Sig is extremely cool.
No, he's the worst OrthoBro. He's gonna be like, anathema, you're both anathema.
But isn't it like 6 a.m. for Sig right now?
Sig is, yeah, I know. What's he doing?
I'm just kidding. Sig is, I haven't talked to him personally, but he's good. He's good.
No. If all Orthodox were like Sig, everything would be fine and awesome.
What is Sig? I'll text him.
How do we know the Talmud isn't corrupt? Episode 300 of whatever podcast, Andrew Wilson talks to a girl that went on an opposing podcast, relates to your last debate about J and God logic, timestamp 5:30 to 5:32. It was 6 hours? Oh my goodness. I'm behind, but putting the Obama quote when he called you a Dem, ha ha ha, priceless. I know. That's I haven't seen much Andrew Wilson, but I was like, okay, I know whenever anyone questions Russia, he likes to say, because you're a Democrat. And so I was like, okay, let me just call him a Democrat. Like quoting Obama. Become an OrthoBros, you see, we true. That's a powerful argument. That's pretty much the argument of the OrthoBros. Well, Andrew doesn't understand the whole turnabout is fair play, huh? Ha ha. I know, guys. Sitcom idea. D. Wood, Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, and Mike Winger are locked in a room together. One would leave. Do you keep debating Andrew Wilson to show his attitude? I kind of do it to get his reactions to various things, and then based on those reactions, I decide how to what I want to talk about next. Correct doctrine is important, but it does not save you. See Justice by George MacDonald. David doesn't have the certainty. That's another thing, right? Like, no, I started mentioning this earlier, but then I got sidetracked by something. But it's like it reminds me of Islam, early Islam, when. So Muhammad dies, then you get the first of the rightly guided caliphs, Abu Bakr, then the second, Umar, then the third, Uthman. And by the time you get to Uthman, you've got Muslims using different versions of the Quran. They've got differences in their Qurans. So this is brought to Uthman. Hey, we're going to be disagreeing over this and fighting over this. What do we do? And he orders everyone to hand over the Qurans and burns them and issues a standardized one. The idea there is it's better to have like a forced unity than to have to like do the difficult work of like what textual criticism or something to figuring out what the authentic reading is and stuff like that. It's better to have a forced unity, but you can think like that. Like, okay, here's an issue where, okay, I'm going to have to wrestle with some issues, and there's going to be certain issues where I don't know, and I'm not going to make a call on. Versus, no, tell me everything that I'm supposed to adhere to, and I'll just do it. And some people prefer one. I just don't. Let's see. Andrew said a few very wrong things. What's the likelihood I'd be able to go on to correct the record? What do you mean on this channel? Probably slim. I don't know who you are. When doctrine is valued more highly than trusting and obeying Christ, you end up with all sorts of problems, especially if you only use the doctrine as a weapon to attack people. David, I have a request. Please change the debate against Dyer to the one true church. I am hopeful that you can expose Jay by prying into whether or not a one true church actually even exists. We are debating the one true church.
That was actually supposed to be my debate, and you stole it from me, David.
Yeah. Well, it's actually what is the true church. So, yeah. Yeah, he's going to argue, and I'll respond. Why aren't you teaching our friend about orthodoxy, AP? Oh, AP's taught me all kinds of things about orthodoxy. That's why I react so violently to it now.
When did that happen?
What?
When did I teach you about orthodoxy?
You took me to your church, man. And then you're always like, this priest says this, but this priest says this. Look at this.
Why would I be in any position to teach anybody anything about orthodoxy when I myself...
Let me add some context to this comment.
Oh, hang on. Let's read it first.
But I do want JP to know that I've never talked to anyone dumber than him. Multiple times I've tried to talk to you, but you just block me because you're dumb.
How's that feel?
Well, he called me the N-word.
Whoa!
And dropped the F-bomb. So,
it's weird. He kind of left all that out. I tried to talk to you, but you just blocked me. You make it sound like JP's like, oh, his arguments are so powerful, I have to run. Salam alaikum, everyone. God bless. Good to see JP on here. Question for JP. What's your favorite argument against Eastern Orthodoxy? I would guess intercession of saints, because he focuses on that.
Yeah, there we go.
Was I right?
Although I gotta admit, AP makes good counter arguments on the
Not
topic.
for long.
What? Who? What? Yes.
AP, what do you have to say about the Jerusalem Patriarchate's declaration on the danger? The one from January 17th, 2026. What?
On the danger? The danger on the danger of Christian Zionism. I think that's what it was.
Oh.
Hang on. Was that one? Jerusalem Patriarchate, Christian Zionism. Was that? Yes, it was January 17th. Statement from the patriarchs and heads of the churches in Jerusalem on unity and representation of the Christian communities in the Holy Land. Well, there are lots of things in the Jerusalem Patriarchate that I would have problems with. Most importantly, that I think that the Patriarchate in Jerusalem is rotten to the core and corrupted and controlled by pro-Palestinian terrorists movements and all that, which of course says nothing about the validity of their sacraments and all. But so why would I take heed of anything that they publish? I hope that was clear enough.
AP, what do you have to say about the
Jerusalem Patriarchate? Say it better.
I have a new Muslim women's dilemma. Is Cora and Weasel married? If yes, is it before the age of 18 or less than 18? If not, why did they let an old horny hog marry them at a young age like Momo? Oh, why did they? I don't know. The Frankfurt School scholars, which gave rise to the hippies, were not all paid for by the USSR, yet the USSR leveraged their position to push Marxism. Kugel and gefilte fish donations for JP's church. Love a good gefilte fish. Apostles were first century Jews. Veneration of icons would have been problematic. They might not have condemned people for it, but something that could potentially lead to idolatry would be cautioned, AP. What?
That's a nice comment to look at too, but I just want to quickly respond to something. So what? Fidel here says, so you're not supporting Christians that are actually living through it, AP? Cool. Look, unlike you, I have actually visited and talked to Christians in the Holy Land, in Israel, and in the Palestinian territories on multiple occasions. Unlike you, I have talked to Christians, Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, Messianic, and so on in Israel and in the Palestinian territories. I have made my experiences with these guys. I have my opinions with these guys. I do care deeply about them, which is why I think there should never, ever be such a thing as a Palestinian state. I know for a fact that Christians are significantly better treated under the Zionist Israeli state that you hate, which is actually the only place of fresh air, of refuge for Christians in the Middle East. People like you who want to depict Israel as the bad guy in the Middle East under the pretense of caring about Christians and protecting Christians, you are engaging in something that is evil. You are depriving Christians who need safety and refuge there from the only place that actually gives them safety and refuge. There is the state of Israel recorded by every single source to be the best place in the entire Middle East, by far the best place in the entire Middle East for Christians. The only place where Christians are vastly happy, self-reported. The only place where Christianity is steadily growing. The only place where Christians have proper equal rights with all others. The only place where they actually find freedom and safety and happiness, and where they can practice and preach their own religion. The only place in the Middle East where they can have Christian processions in the streets without being persecuted. And you attack that place out of all the places in the Middle East. Out of all the other places, you attack that one place where Christians actually find refuge. If they don't have that place, they will be in the other places in the Middle East under the Islamic Muslim rules, where they are constantly being oppressed. If you look at the list of countries where Christians are oppressed the most in the world, you will find over 50 countries where Christians are constantly oppressed. Israel is not on that list. I know you may have heard from some idiots online that Zionists and Israel totally hate Christians and totally oppress Christians. Israel is not on the list of countries where Christians are being oppressed. Israel is the one place in the Middle East that takes care of Christians, and you want to get rid of that place. What you're doing thereby is you're putting Christians in danger and saying you would be happier if Christians lived in those lands where they are being constantly persecuted. Even if they themselves are not aware of this, even if there are some Christians, and I will tell you, many of the Christians there would rather be in Israel than in the filthy Palestinian territories. But even if the Christians over there at some point, or if some of them did say, you know what, we actually don't like Israel, you should still support Israel for their sake. Because despite the fact that they might be unknowing, ignorant, and a little bit stupid, you should probably take care of their safety and care for them. So don't come at me saying, oh, you don't care about Christians in Israel. I do care, which is why I find people like you so annoying. So annoying. You would rather see the Christians die just so you can hate Jews a little bit more.
I support the country providing most of the food and water to Gaza. So, Russia. No connection. No connection! Interviewed Dugan. Uh-oh. That's going to be interesting to watch. You're a close... Hey, here's your buddy again.
You're a close friend of David, AP, you know the faith. You know the practice. Come on, dude, or I'll start dropping N-bombs and F-bombs in your face, JP.
Have you heard of Dr. Tom Wadsworth on the Icon debate? No, not familiar. Howard Storm, 1985 NDE, from atheist to Christian. He said God doesn't care about labels, only that you follow the light of God. Even Muslims can be. Well, I don't exactly think I'd trust someone's near-death experience for conclusions on those kinds of issues. I can see you. Hey,
I can see you, AP. Every time David is saying something, you look away, but you know it's false.
Yo, what is this?
Hey, look, we're getting all the haters in. David Hammer Time Wood. Hang on, he's got another one from this guy coming up. Let's see. Howard Stern, NDE, Atheist to Jesus. Jesus, angels told him Trinity is true, and many commands in Old Testament aren't from God of violence. Follow Jesus. Yeah, again, I'm going to have trouble following. I mean, what you could gather from near-death experience is you have enough of them, and what are called veridical, meaning like their brains are shut down and stuff, or frozen or something like that for surgery, and they're still having experiences. You can get a case for like that there's something after death, that there's a supernatural world and things like that. But as far as someone like affirming some specific doctrine, I'd have a little trouble going with that. Great show, guys. Could you ask... Hey, look, this is the same guy who said, David Hammer Time. Great show, guys. Could you ask David if he ever used a hammer to attack his own father? I mean, like I literally made a video about it, and it's here. It's titled How God Destroyed My Atheism. You can all watch. Did you not see the body language of AP when they said go to a Messianic church? He cringed. He cringed.
What?
This cope stream is very gay. JP is a down low brother. Hey, we got the JP.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. We got the JP haters. All the JP haters showed up. Look, this is the same guy who said, "You hammer time." Andrew wrecked you tonight, buddy. Hammer time. Wonder if that's Malik. Thanks for the super chat, though. Here is your last chance. Join me at Mike Winger's church, or you will be lost. Ooh, that'd be rough. Protestants claim to be ecumenical, but at the same time, many believe if you believe Catholic or Orthodox teachings, you are not saved. Sounds like they are claiming to be the true church.
Hold on, let me address that. No, let me address that.
Don't deny it. Admit it. Come on.
Yeah, quit
No,
running.
no, no.
Why are you running?
Quit
You're
apologizing. Admit it.
No, there was a tweet that I posted that AP had asked me a question about.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when people are supposed Christians are dropping the N-bomb, you get a little bit passionate and you cross the line sometimes. But that does not mean that I believe you're going to hell if you're a Catholic or an Eastern Orthodox. That I never made that statement. What I am simply saying is that in all views of Christianity, there are people that are saved and people that are not. That goes for Calvinism, Pentecostalism, Orthodoxy, Catholicism. Some people are saved, some people are not. That's my position.
Wait, so what is your stance on whether Orthodox and Catholics
So you're
are
saying
saved?
if someone doesn't go to a Messianic Jewish synagogue, he's going to hell?
No, that's not what I'm saying
Kind
at
of
all.
sounds like what you just said.
But what is then your stance on whether Orthodox and Catholics are saved?
No, I believe that there are people that are. So look, I'm Dominican. In the Dominican Republic, everybody claims to be a Catholic, and they're drinking and they're doing all kinds of degeneracies, but they claim to be Catholic because it's a Catholic country. I would not say those people are saved, but if there is somebody, I'm just okay. So let me.
Whoa! So you're saying works-based salvation?
I'm just trying to keep it PG-13, man. Like degeneracies. Like when secular activities. If you go to Dominican Republic, these guys claim to be Christian, but they're doing things that do not reflect Christ. If that makes sense.
Works.
So, however, let's say Orthodox and Catholics who are just good Christians, good Catholics and good Orthodox. Do you believe they are saved?
I believe that if they have a true relationship with Jesus, yes.
So, proper Orthodox and proper Catholics
Are all Catholics
saved?
and all Orthodox saved? Yes or no?
No, proper
no.
Catholics and proper Orthodox are they saved? Well, the question was actually this one here, JP. Since you are here with us, I can confront you now on this. You tweeted the following on June 3rd. I will become an Eastern Orthodox today if someone can prove to me Jesus didn't have blood-related brothers and sisters. If you can prove they are stepbrothers and sisters or cousins, I will become an EO Mary heretic worshiper myself.
Yeah, I told you that was the result of the EO community. I mean, you have to see what these guys say to me. So as a result,
Yeah,
sometimes,
AP. Sometimes people can get ticked off, man.
yeah.
Doesn't mean you
but
hold it
I
against them
would-
the rest of your
I
life.
mean, just look at just go on my mentions and look at what people.
This is
say.
this is why I'm asking for clarification. So, do you believe that Eastern Orthodox people are Mary heretic worshippers?
Mary heretic worshippers.
That was your wording. E.O.
I
Mary heretic worshipper.
I would say that I don't agree in the way that they view Mary, but I'm not going to say that because of that they're going to hell now.
But would you stand by your statement that you said that day, which is
AP turned into Andrew Wilson.
AP
Well,
Eastern
so
Orthodox are
how do
heretic
we
Mary
define,
worshippers?
how are we defining heretic? If we can get some further
Okay,
clarification.
let's clarify this. Do you agree that Eastern Orthodox are heretic Mary worshippers?
It depends how we're defining heretic here. So when I say no, well, let me be very clear. When I say heretic, I just simply mean a doctrine that I do not believe is true, right? So that's how I define it, right? Because heresy can be defined as outside the church, whereas I would say that there are Eastern Orthodox that would say I'm a heretic, heterodox, but I'm saved in the sense that if I were to unalive today, I'm going to heaven. So there are some Orthodox that would say I'm a heretic, but I'm saved. Now, the word saved, obviously, is something to be interpreted because they say we're in a state of being saved, we're not actually saved. So that needs to be fleshed out. But just for the sake of Protestantism language, they would say I'm a heretic, but they would say I'm saved. So similarly, I would say if we're defining heretic in that way, I would say, okay, you believe Mary is sinless, but is that enough to take you out the kingdom of heaven? No.
Okay, but that was not my question really. So my question is not what is according to other people, but what is according to yours. But let me
No,
rephrase.
no, I don't believe if you believe Mary is sinless or something like that, or you believe in intercession of the saints, I'm not going to say you're out the kingdom now. And so by
Okay,
heresy, I mean false doctrine. Go ahead.
but you also wouldn't say that Eastern Orthodox people are Mary worshippers.
Again, I think there are Eastern Orthodox that would say that proudly, but it depends what kind of worship are you talking about. Is it latria? So there's different types of worship. Because I talk to Eastern Orthodox and Catholics who say, yes, we do worship Mary, but not in the same way that we worship Christ. There's different categories of worship. So it is an accurate statement to say that Catholics and Orthodox would say we worship Mary, but not in the same way that we worship God.
Yeah.
There's
So
different
AP,
I would
why
say
are you
that
why are
I
you
would
why
say
are
that
you why are you trying to lump all Catholics and Orthodox into a category of non-worshippers of Mary when some of them would gladly say they worship Mary in a sense?
So here's the thing. Of course, the meaning of the word worship in the English language has changed very, very much over time. So when we say worship today, we speak of the highest form of adoration, as it is in the Christian churches, the one that is only done for God Himself. So you wouldn't do that in any accepted Christian tradition, be it Catholic or Orthodox, for any other than God. Not
Yeah.
for the saints, not for Mary,
And
not for anybody else. So
for clarification, as some people are saying in the chat, it's veneration, not worship. So they would say
yeah, it's
veneration.
veneration.
So I would say to further add clarification, I would say Mary venerators going forward instead of worshipers, because that's the distinction. That's the direct distinction.
Okay, so you take back your wording, Eastern Orthodox heretic Mary worshippers, and you officially
So
hereby apologize for it.
yeah, so I would say that by heretic, the same way that we're called heretics, I don't take offense to it because I'm called a heretic.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and regarding the word worship, again, it has to be fleshed out. Dependent, because again, I speak to Orthodox and Catholics; they have no issue with that word if properly defined. So
Yeah, I don't think anybody would nowadays say we worship Mary.
yeah, so I will definitely add more clarification to that. But again, that particular
Thank you.
tweet was in response to just look at some of the mentions.
Yeah,
It's
So you would say it
AP,
wasn't.
you called a nun a mustache whore.
Dude,
You
don't
did.
bring it up. Don't bring it up again.
You said it, man.
I'm trying to leave that behind.
Oh, you get to, but he can't say. I was ticked off, man. People running their mouths, so I said things in a pretty hostile way because it was a hostile conversation.
But I got over it and I apologized for it. Dude.
But yeah, I'm considered a heretic. I call them a heretic. It's all fair game. Heck, they even call us heterodox. So there you have it.
Heterodox is not really a bad thing. It literally means
Separated
our
brethren.
other than. No, heterodox just means other than accepted. So beliefs that are other than those that are accepted. That's
Yeah,
all
and
that heterodox means.
they would say I'm a heretic. So, you know,
Yeah,
good
yeah.
for them
I
to
think
pander.
I think there might be something about the word. I don't really have a problem with your use of the word heretic. I think that for some reason, due to Catholic history, and we can all agree that the Catholics are terrible, but I think due to Catholic history and treatment of heretics, and because of how the word heretic sounds in English, I think people take it a little bit too harshly. I don't think heretic actually has that great of a. I don't think it's actually that bad in connotations in a dialogue environment. So yeah, okay. Problem solved, man. So you hear I apologize for everything you ever said.
No,
I
of course.
appreciate.
Listen,
I accept your apology. Okay.
no, look,
Okay.
listen. Sometimes the line is crossed in the heat, in the moment of going back and forth. People are calling me the N word and things like that. And
Yeah,
sometimes
AP, why'd you call him that?
no, AP didn't do that, but somebody will clip that and AP.
You see, this is the proof. AP called him.
Hey, look at this.
Yes,
Until
I know that people may lose their temper. It never happens to me, but I get it.
you
Nah,
lose your temper quite a bit. David, hey, look at this. David, my name is Pastor Mike, and I'd like to personally invite you to Lakewood Ministries. It's got I don't know. I don't get the joke because it's the guy who keeps saying, hammer time. Why did you attack you down with a hammer? Hey, look at this. Even a kind Muslim or Hindu who follows morality, he is already walking in the Spirit of Christ. Jesus will appear with radiant light saying he is him. That the NED. Hey, check this out. Are all propositions true or false? This statement is false. Are there true statements that can't be proven? Yes, Gödel proved it. Yeah. So there are there will be certain axioms in a system that can't be proven and so on. That's different from saying they're not true or false. So anyway, here's the issue, guys. In like classical logic, like a proposition it's defined as a statement that has to be true or false, right? But not both. When you just say, are all propositions true or false? I don't like saying, I just don't like saying yes, because take a proposition that you're not like using a definition of classical logic. Take the proposition, the cat is on the mat. Is the proposition the cat is on the mat true or false? It's true of a lot of cats on a lot of mats, and it's false of a bunch of cats who aren't on mats right now. So that's kind of the stupid thoughts that enter my head on these things. Well, okay, well, what exactly do you mean by proposition? And you can have all kinds of propositions that are, if I say the sky is blue, is that true or false? Well, it's true in some places and sometimes, and not true in other places and other times. So to actually make a proposition in terms of classical logic, you have to kind of get very specific to rule things out. And I don't know. You kind of have to say all that as a preface to whatever answer you're giving to things. And so there are people, he doesn't know what a proposition is or something like that. No, I just don't like giving yes or no answers on things like that when I can understand how people are going to interpret them and I can think of other answers in different contexts. Okay, perfect. I should have just said that. So when are the isolationist Eastern Orthodoxes remember Crusades? Ooh, that's kind of messed up, dude.
The Crusades were a very, very bad time for the Orthodox after the second, third, fourth Crusades.
Jesus taught traditions to his followers, and obsteals, you could follow those teachings through the ages, through lineage and documentation. Isn't your church denying what Jesus told his followers to do? Where'd he say you have to do all that and trace things back through lineage and so on?
What's obsteals?
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. So I don't. Yeah, I don't.
And of course, the debate there is what was that tradition?
right? Because they say it was passed down with oral tradition. Some argue that it is the tradition that people hold to today. Some people argue that it was what was written in the scripture eventually. And so that's the debate there.
Jay thinks the U.S. is the new world order. Ooh, see? It all goes back to pro wrestling. The new world order. I remember that. That was the day. Hey, look at that. Took a nap and saw Sam Shamoon bashing UNAP. What'd I miss? Oh, yeah. Sam is... You can tune into Sam at any random time. He'll be bashing me in AP. Andrew
Dude,
Wilson should... Huh?
No, I was checking his live streams, and he's like, every single live stream I find him mention us for no reason at all. It's very funny.
Yeah, I know. It was funny because I don't watch any of that stuff. There's like... I mean, every several months I may click on something for some reason and stuff. It's generally Thaddeus will watch things if he wants to do a show on something. But I just randomly, like 5 or 6 days ago or something like that, because we were going live about it, I was like, let me see if Sam has calmed down. And I turn on, rapist, what, blah, 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 blah. It was just nonstop. They want. Weird dude. Andrew Wilson should have been asked which evidence would prove that OrthoBros are working for Russia, and what would he do if he finds that out? Well, yeah, he's going to find it out because we're going to find it out for him. Frank Turek's new book, I Don't Have Enough Skepticism to Be an Apologist. Discover the freedom of not letting inconvenient questions interrupt a good conclusion. Shouldn't the debate question be, is Eastern Orthodoxy the one true church? What is the one true church? Shifts the burden to both sides. No? Yeah, we could have gone that route. D. Wood, how come you didn't answer question Andrew didn't answer? Oh, D. Wood, how come you didn't question Andrew Wilson on his theology? Because I'm not looking for a clip. He's not the point here, guys. Andrew Wilson's not the point. Andrew Wilson loves to get a clip of me so he can go around, and then the Muslims will praise him and he'll get clicks and views. I'm not trying to wreck Andrew Wilson here. I'm not even trying to wreck Jay Dyer. I'm trying to show people that certain choices in life lead down the road to painful consequences, and therefore you'll be less inclined to do them in the long run. Pretty simple. D. Wood, since you made a video about it recently, there's a documentary about Russia's persecution of non-Eastern Orthodox Christians in Ukraine, A Faith Under Siege on YouTube. Yeah, we'll be going through all that, guys. I have an NDE where I run out of zebra cakes, you see. You know what's crazy? There was one of the atheist philosophers of the 20th century, A.J. Ayer. He went into cardiac arrest and had a near-death experience. Very interesting because of how honest he was. He said, and again, I read this like 20-some years ago, so he said, so he goes into cardiac arrest and he sees this, I mean, he's drawn to like this warm red light or something like that. The story is something like that. And he says he was drawn, and he said, all I wanted to do was destroy it or something like that. And I'm like, dude, how do you not get the point, man? It's like one of the most respected atheist philosophers of the 20th century has a near-death experience, sees this glowing light, and all he wants to do is destroy it. It's like, how do you come out of that and be like, yeah, it's weird. Apologetics is weird. Why does Sam Shamoon, the largest apologist, simply not eat the other apologists? I'm a human and not an alien with a translator. That's good to know. No comment there. Please pray for my daughter. She's on a mission trip in the Dominican Republic this week. Pray that God reaches many hearts and blesses her ministry. Well, that's a little closer to home for JP here.
And may God protect her. We have just heard from JP that it's a terrible place with terrible people. So.
That's what I'm saying. He was talking major trash about the Dominican Republic.
No, I was just saying they weren't living, the Christian life,
He's just saying they're all down there just doing any perverted thing that pops into their heads.
Yeah, like never go to the Dominican Republic. It's like a horrible, horrible place.
Yeah. Despite the disagreements, I'm sure there's sincerity in your hearts, and I'm glad these discussions are being had. Eastern Orthodoxy is definitely the fullness of the faith, though.
Beast!
Is it, though? And here's more important question. Can you insult people into agreeing with you? Not you. You seem really cool. I'm saying there are a lot of people who believe you basically nag and insult people into agreeing with you or at least not objecting to you. You guys are base. Yes or no? Base what? David will debate anything but Kirk or Picard. Love you guys. Protestant, Orthodox, and Catholic are all brothers and sisters in Christ and should be united against all demonic evil. Well, some people don't believe that and think we have to be fighting all the time. JP, so what's the standard for heresy? Is that you? Are you your own standard for heresy? JP?
Answer!
The Bible is.
Ooh, and you decide what the Bible is. So you could just pick any Bible that you want and pick what books you want in the Bible that'll agree with you. Is this how church works according to you, JP?
Oh, I read the church fathers and everything. Come on now, man. Come on, man. Don't straw man me, man. I read the church fathers.
What do you mean sky? What do you mean is? What do you mean blue? I reject your Allah. We've got Mary would be turning in her grave over all the false worship of her. That is, except that she was magically flown to heaven. What? Oh, well, we got through the ones that, well, we didn't get to any of the ones from earlier. How's everyone doing? Let's see what people think. Let's do a poll about Jay Dyer, just so I can get an estimate here, and then I can revisit this later after we have some videos about some of the things where Andrew Wilson might have been wrong and might have been saying some false things. Does Jay Dyer work for Russia? Whether he knows it or not, is Putin his daddy? All right. Got a powerful poll going on right now, everyone.
Somebody said, what's JP's channel? Well, JP is in school for a year and a half. So no channel for me for a year and a half.
Dude, you're seriously just taking off for a year and a half?
Yeah, school.
Really? So you're not just cutting back. You're just, boom, not doing it for a year and a half. Got to focus on that.
I mean, I tweet here and there, and I'll join a Twitter space or maybe a YouTube live stream. But I need to get this goal done, and it's going to change the landscape of my life. So I'm very motivated.
It is pretty smart because, I was in school and I started doing YouTube, and I was kind of doing both. And so it was cool to be able to do both. With that said, I probably would have finished a lot sooner if I hadn't been doing YouTube that whole time. You know what I mean?
It's not theological stuff. It's P equals V times R. The people that do that field will know what that is. They'll know immediately. Or I times, or I would say I times V divided by R. The people will know as soon as I say that. The people that know, but I'm studying that.
I, as in the square root of -1?
They'll know. They'll be like, oh, I'm in that field. I know.
Don't ask questions, David.
This got super nerdy out of nowhere, man.
Don't ask questions, David.
All right, guys. Should we wrap
Oh,
up?
by the way, I gotta give a shout out to the Mariologist of all time, his humble servant. I mean, this man is an expert on Mary doctrines. That's the guy you should talk to, AP. If you want to really get challenged on your Mary views, talk to that guy, his humble servant. He's a Mary nerd. He's a Protestant, but he's a Mary nerd. knows all the doctrine.
Oh, that's the channel name. I thought you were referring to that person as a humble servant.
No, no, yeah, the OrthoBros call him not so humble servant. So yeah,
Interesting.
Oh, hey,
I
look at this.
shall
Was
use.
this Sig? What? Look, someone said, schooled by Jerome, Sig again, electrical engineering.
no, I had a conversation with Sig on intercession, and I did tell him that if he ever does a show, I'm willing to talk to him about sola scriptura. I mean, look, listen, I think it was a good conversation, but these guys are always going to say you got destroyed. I mean, it doesn't matter how good you do, it doesn't matter anything. They're going to say you got destroyed regardless. I mean, I had a debate on intercession of the saints. I don't know if you saw it, David. And all the comments are JP got destroyed. He's a low IQ. He mispronounced the word. I was like, well, dang. I can't win. It's a
Well, there is a universal fact. There is a universal fact we must all agree on, which is that our opponent is always destroyed.
That's true. Yeah. There's another thing we should agree on. There's a saying: if someone mispronounces, don't criticize someone for mispronouncing a word because it means he learned it by reading.
Unless you're Kenneth Owens.
You know what I mean? Learn a word by reading, and then you don't always have to say it. There are like probably most words in the English language I would struggle with.
You see, this proves that Protestantism is false.
All right.
AP, what are your final thoughts, man? We're done.
My final thoughts are that I want to go live tomorrow. My final thoughts are that I think this was actually, despite what people may think, I think this was actually a not too bad conversation. And I think more will should lead to good stuff. More will could lead to good stuff. What kind of a weird sentence was that? That didn't even make any sense.
Pretty incoherent.
We're going to have more conversations about this and about
are.
related things very, very soon.
And about people serving Russia.
Know. People do not know. Gonna have live streams tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and so on and so forth. There is another situation that is lying on my heart, and I posed a question in the chat, and I asked people if I should make a live stream about this matter. And I have just decided that I am going to make a live stream about this matter. I'm going to sit down and make a live stream about a personal matter that I didn't talk about very much because I thought it's a personal matter. I'm realizing by now that it's no longer a personal matter. It's on everybody's lips. So why not just make a video? Why not just sit down and talk about it all honestly and publicly? Since people like Scam can't stop talking about it. So, anybody in the chat, anybody who has an opinion on it, let me know if I should make a live stream explaining my history of marriage, divorce, and so on and so forth to settle the issue once and for all and shut these people up. Let me know.
You could do that, but if the goal was to make Sam Shamoon shut up, it does not matter.
Well,
he ain't going to shut up.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's kind of like people are expecting a man that just entered the faith to have perfect everything. I mean, that's crazy. You're supposed to be perfect, AP, in all that you do and all of your actions. If not, you're condemned to hell. It's crazy.
Hang on. I didn't say I'm not perfect. I didn't say I'm not perfect. But
that's what they expect you to be, and they're holding you to a standard that no Christian, especially a Christian that just entered the faith, should be held to. That's very unfair, and it's clearly an attack. It clearly is. And the fact that people are willing to go that low with someone that is a catechumen is just sickening. It really is.
Well, most of the people who attack AP over anything aren't attacking him for that. They're attacking him because they don't like him for some other reason, and they're looking for something to attack him over. So that's kind of Sam Shamoon in a nutshell. Whenever he's attacking someone, it's because someone crossed him or abandoned him or disagreed with him or did something else or is associated with someone that he doesn't like or something like that. Then he'll look around for something to attack them on.
It's because of my hair. Well, the issue is also that for the longest time, I haven't talked about this because I kind of allowed things to be done and to happen in my private life as well. I didn't want to talk about it because, and I didn't even want to shut people like Sam up and just let them talk out of ignorance because I didn't want to speak ill of anybody and I would just let things happen to me and all that. I didn't care. At this point, I'm kind of done with that because I've endured enough publicly and privately, which is why I will maybe in a gentle way, which is very, very difficult for me, but in a gentle and calm way, sit down and finally tell people, both in private and in public, hey, I don't need to take this anymore. So here are all the facts.
You can do that. And as someone who constantly blurts out everything he's ever done, what do they do after you blurt out everything you've ever done?
They can't do anything. They can't do nothing.
Hey, look at this. I
Or
wonder what
nothing that hurts me.
actual Protestants and Orthodox position on the Eucharistic miracles and Marian apparitions like Fatima, all hoax, no heads turned. Well, you got a couple issues. One, did it happen? And two, what does it prove if it did happen? You've got awesome stream guys praying for your safety. If Andrew Wilson could say it's reasonable for Jay Dyer to say God Logic is a grifter due to some loose connections, why can't D Wood say the same to Jay Dyer as a Russian psyop? Yeah, that was kind of the entire point I've been raising for the past couple months now. Are you studying electrical engineering? No, he said no. And then last
There
one
we
here.
go.
There you go. Here's your buddy. Here's your buddy. Hey, he managed to. I guess the super chat won't allow him to drop N-bombs here. Hey, JP, imagine being dumber than the guy that just debated. That's probably you. And they keep shutting you up. So you should take that as a hint. We keep shutting you up.
There we go. You guys told me to shut up multiple
Hey,
times.
shut up, man. The heck?
Hey, shut up.
Hey!
Shut up.
Are you talking? No one said you could talk. What do people like this think they're accomplishing, though? Isn't that weird?
Well, remember, AP
Be quiet. I'm sorry I had to do it.
Oh my god. Yeah, they said look at AP's body language. Every time David would talk, that was hilarious. He said, "Did
Yeah.
you see David? He's the body language every time David would talk."
Yeah, that's what's weird. It's like you got the Dawa Bros and the OrthoBros and all these guys do all this messed up stuff, but you kind of you understand why they're doing it. It's just a basic manipulation 101. Well, like what's this guy doing? What's he even doing?
Man.
Oh boy. All right, guys.
Well, I'm out of here, man. I'll see you
Hang
guys.
on. Let me screenshot the poll results here. Does Jay Dyer work for Russia? Whether he knows it or not, is Putin his
Wait, I
daddy?
need to vote. Wait, hold on. Let me vote. Yes. There we go.
Hey, JP, I'm glad we talked a few things out here.
No,
God
for
bless.
sure. Listen, you're invited to come on my channel in a year and a half, all right?
Inshallah.
All right. See ya. God bless you, David.
God bless you, man. I'm just trying to screenshot this poll
I
here.
hit myself with doing that. Okay.
All right, everybody.
Did
so
somebody make fun of the Mets? That was
What?
the most offensive thing. Somebody made fun of the Mets.
Well, they are a trash team, so. He left. He left when I said they're a trash team. Did you say we're going live tomorrow or what? I didn't know. You said you wanted to.
It's a good question.
These guys. All right. Catch y'all later.